Hello, hello. I know this is like so super last minute, but I have been meaning to go live for so long, and I just haven't been able to. So I'm sitting down at least for this hour, and while I braid his hair, come on. And I figured I could. I got one more thing that I don't have out here, and since I'm the only one in here, I'm gonna go get it. Watch out, baby. Watch out. He's gonna ham it up for the camera. We just out here doing our best. We just out here doing our best. I see somebody's entered. Hello, somebody. Comment. Let me know who you are. Be right back. Be right back. Come on. Excuse me. Okay. I'm back. Hey, Miss Lex. Hello. Hey, girl. Hey. uh, Give the people some time to get in here. Come on here, sir. I need you to come here. I need you to come here now. We had a rough time in the bath. It had been a while. It wore, actually, I'm not gonna say it had been a while, but I wash his hair when he's in the bathtub. Um, Hi, Kirsten. Alabaster, Alabama. You got so big, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Um, yeah, so he had his hair out all last week. So it was so like tangled. And so we had a hard time in the bathtub. So he doesn't really want me messing with his hair, but we gonna get through it, 'cause I gotta get through it. So it don't end up like this next week. Come here, sir. Why are you so sad? Come on. Come on. You're doing too much. Listen. Look. The people are looking at you. See? Doing too much.
See, I miss mirror.
So have a seat and let's get through this real quick. So he's kind of sort of wet. It's been a little bit. He's come out the shower. So his roots are a little bit on the dry side. But that's okay.
How was that?
Because I don't know what's going on
We
with my
need to
computer
look
right
up
now.
muscle on everything.
It's trying to go to sleep with me or something. Okay. All right, Miss Lex, I'm glad you are catching the live too. It's been a lot going on, y'all. I'm going through, there's always something going on with this house, right? Always something going on with the house. So I kind of have an insurance situation going on at the house, right? And I need to get a 4-point inspection, but before I can get a 4-point inspection, the old guy, I don't even know if I mentioned this before, the old guy who I had working on my side in last year, who basically ran off with my money, left my siding undone. So I pretty much had wood just exposed, like panels were just completely off. I could see like in certain corners, I can see the outside from inside. It was just not a good situation. So I don't know what I want to do with his hair. So I needed to get this job done before I could do the 4-point inspection. So I found the guy who could do it. He was doing some work for the neighbor across the street from me. And he said he could do it. He gave me an estimate. And then but of course I had to wait for him to finish the job across the street. So when he finally called me, I was busy working, and then I didn't get a chance to call him back. So because I didn't get a chance to call him back, when I finally did call him back, He didn't really like answer. So I saw him again doing work for the neighbor across the street and said, listen, I still got this work, this siding and my window frames. If you still want to do it. So he said, okay, but I'm gonna need at least a week. So that was cool with me because I wanted to bring in like the junk people to come and move all the construction debris that the old guy had left, as well as move some stuff out of the way in that room. This is all just backstory, y'all. So I did that, and the week went by. I hadn't heard from the dude. Another week went by. I hadn't heard from the dude. A third week went by. I hadn't heard from him. So I started calling and texting. Well, basically, he was ghosting me. So I was just like, well, you don't want to answer my calls. You must not want this job. In the meantime, I got my fence replaced. And so I asked the guy who was working on the fence if he did that kind of work. He said he did. So this was a Monday. And he put your chin up for me. This was a Monday. Never get these parts straight on his nose. He said he'd get back to me the next day, but he didn't. A week went by. He ghosted me. So I'm like, what in the world? Why is it so hard to find somebody to get to do this job? So we took so I went on Angie's list. Okay. Went on Angie's list, put the job on there. Got a couple of people to come and do estimates. And then people wanted like $5,000. And I was just like, I just need a repair. I don't need the whole site redone, you know. And so they didn't really give me like an updated estimate or anything. So I was just like, I didn't really like respond back to those people. So I went on, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I went on a trip. Did I go on a trip? I'm trying to think. No. And this is all of this is like after I come back from the trip. All right, so I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do with his hair. So I'm like, yeah, Miss Lex, exactly. Like I shouldn't have to chase you down, for you to do this work for me. I really shouldn't. So if you're gonna ghost me, you must not want this work. So I was outside doing yard work about 3 weeks ago. And Baby G saw another little girl down the street and decided to run down the street. He made himself a new friend. So when the mom came back up, I had some discussions with her. I was just pretty much just meeting her or whatever. And then she was telling me that her husband was like a handyman or whatever. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? I got some work. I didn't say anything to her. She just, randomly mentioned. So I'm just thinking, okay, maybe this is a little sign. And they live down the street. Shouldn't be no problem. Well, he comes over to give his estimate. And come on, babe. Comes over to give his estimate.
Hi, from Belmont, when you watch
And the part is not straight. Me and my part. Comes over to give his estimate. I don't really like his labor estimate, but is at this point I just need the work done. It's taking too long to get the work done, and it ain't coming up to $5,000, right? It's not even half of that. So I'm like, all right. So this was a Saturday or a Sunday, and hey, Shar, and he calls me. So he says I estimate based on my labor, and then you pay receipt for materials. So I'm like, all right, cool. Well, he had already given me his estimate on labor, which I thought was high. But I said, so what do you think the materials will be? He said about 800. And I was like, 800? Didn't really sound right. Now, this ain't my first rodeo on the siding. The 800 wasn't really sounding like legit off the cuff, but you know, I am gonna pay a receipt, so it really don't matter what he say. So then he goes home or whatever, and then I guess he prices out the materials for the job on Home Depot, right? And so he sends me screenshots of the Home Depot cart amounting to about $804. Now I look at it, the actual items are legit, right? What I didn't see was that the quantities were not so legit. So basically, he had trumped up the quantities to make the materials look like they needed it, and it needed to cost more. At the end of the day, this is something I realized later. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because you're supposed to show me a receipt. I'm paying receipt, right? So he sends me that real quick. I'm looking through it. I'm like, all right, the parts are legit, whatever. So I send them over the $800 via Cash App. So he had sent me like an invoice where he took pictures of my stuff. It's real legit stuff for a whole lot more than a regular like handy. Okay, I need you to stop screaming, baby. Okay. Okay. So so that was, like I said, the Saturday or the Sunday. So I sent that over. Okay, fine. So Monday he calls me. He's like, "Yeah, I'm over here at the Home Depot, and I'm just wondering, like, how do you feel about doing stucco?" And so the siding is wood already, and so child, just wait and see. So I'm like, all right. So he's like, how do you feel about doing stucco? And I'm not like married to the wood or whatever, but I'm like, well, is stucco cheaper? Like, I really just need the wood repaired. It wasn't the whole siding. Like, if you do stucco, you got to do all of it. So he said it would be an additional $320 in material. Now, I don't know. At this point, I don't know nothing about stucco, right? So I'm like, okay. The issue I'm having with the wood is that I had a sprinkler head basically running on it and it rotted out the wood right there. And then I also had a bad like gutter, which that gutter has since been replaced. So excuse me. Why are you crying like this? So let me just get this part. So if I had stucco, I wouldn't have to worry about the sprinkler head, right? And it's only an extra $320. Okay, cool. So nothing extra on labor, just an extra $320 on materials. Okay, so then he wants me to send that $320 over right away. Okay, so I send that $320 via Cash App. Now he sends me receipts via his little invoicing app or whatever for everything that I sent him. So it's not like, oh, I sent it to you in Cash App and he didn't acknowledge receipt of it. So he's acknowledging receipt of this money. So what's going on here? This part is not doing what it should be doing. So that was Monday. So then he goes, okay, I'm gonna start on Tuesday. All right, cool. So he don't show up at all on Tuesday. I mean, at the end of the day, he lives down the street. Okay. So he didn't show up on Tuesday. I'm like, mm-hmm. And then Wednesday he shows up and he's supposed to be starting his work or what have you. So he basically comes in the door, he's moving stuff around, this is that and the other. Basically like busy work because he really ain't do much of anything out there on Tuesday. But he basically was like looking around for like other stuff to do. Like, oh, what are you doing? Because the siding is in like my back porch, right? It's an enclosed porch. So So he's like, what are you doing with this room? Like, if you're thinking about resale value, you got to get rid of this siding back here. I can do the whole room for 700. And I was just like, maybe next year. Like, I'm done bleeding money on this house. I just want to get what I need done for insurance and, you know, go ahead on about my business. So then he's outside for a little bit, and then he kind of peeks his head back in, and he goes, "Well, sometimes when I'm at Home Depot, they have like damaged drywall because basically all he wanted to do was remove the paneling, install some drywall, and mud it, and then paint. Nothing too. So he's like, sometimes I can get the materials like 50% off because it's damaged or whatever. And it's not like the sheet can be damaged like just in a corner or whatever. They can cut around the damaged part, which I know. So I'm like, all right, well, keep me posted. Like, I'm not really looking to do the room right now. So then he goes out there, he's muddling around again, whatever. I'm trying to work, right? The only reason why he's thinking of changing is because I'm working. Excuse me, you're being rude. You want to go to timeout? You do want to go to timeout. That's what I thought. So so he comes back in and he's like, oh, I got this homeboy, he does work too, yada yada yada. He's got enough drywall left over from a job he was doing. He's willing to let it go for like $100. I can, he's gonna come over here and help me a little bit, whatever. I can knock this out for 350 all of a sudden. So I'm like, okay, well, 350 ain't 700. You can get the drywall right now. All right, well, I'm gonna go get the drywall from him. We're gonna come back and we're gonna work till 8 o'clock. Hey, JB. And so, remember here you talk about him in that room while he was puttering about in there. Um, oh yeah, when we were talking. Uh-huh. See, does he have a page that he advertises on? You see, you can work before her. No, no, and no. At this point, it's like I really need the work done. It ain't gotta be like super special. It just gotta not look as bad as it does. It's gotta look a little finished. Like I cannot, like the condition it was in, I cannot get a 4-point inspection in that condition. So it didn't need to be that special. At this point, I just need to work. I just need the work done so I can get my house insured. Jaden, sit up, please. So, anyway, I'm trying to speed up this story, but I need to get this last part. Turn around. He's already a little jumpy from me detangling this in the back, so he really don't want to sit here. Took me a while to get this detangled, so but once I get started, he'll be all right. Okay. So, all right. So I'm like, all right, yeah. So anyway, they don't show up until 10 minutes to 8, but they do work for almost 2 hours. But it gets dark here at 8 o'clock, so they wasn't doing nothing outside. So all of that was to putting up the drywall in the room. Now, originally when he talked about doing the drywall, he said he would pull the paneling down. Well, they weren't pulling the paneling down. They were putting the drywall. Don't kick the tripod. They were putting the drywall on top of the panel. Hey, Sheriff. Yeah. Yeah, get big.
Mommy, you did it.
I did it, but I'm not finished. So, the shrinkage is real, y'all. Okay, the shrinkage is so real. What are we doing with your head, boy? What are we doing? Uh, put another part in here. Um, yeah, I should have brought a rat tail comb with me and another ponytail holder. I think I'll just use mine. A mother's work is never done. I gotta pull out my hair to deal with his. Okay. So so I'm not bent out of shape about turn around. Nobody's hurting you. I need you to sit up. I'm not gonna brush. I'm actually gonna park. But I need you to sit up. I know. He's got a little PTSD. Come on. Excuse me. Calm down, sir. Calm down. Calm down. So he so I'm not bent out of shape about it because there's nothing behind the paneling. Seriously? You can stop being dramatic. You really can. You really can. Excuse you. Turn around. Turn around. TT's not here. She's mommy. The internet TT's can't help you either. It's okay. He doesn't usually do this. But I think you know, the fight we had in the bathtub about his hair has got him kind of on one. So so I'm not bent out of shape about the fact that they're not pulling the paneling down, other than the fact that that ain't what you said, and when you changed the plan, you didn't have a discussion with me, you know. So you know, whatever. So they're in there doing their thing or whatever. So this was Wednesday, right? And so Thursday he didn't come back at all. So I decided, because I didn't really like how he was. Stop screaming. I'm barely touching you.
I don't want it.
Yeah, you don't want anything. All right. You don't want to touch your head. Yeah. Seriously, boy. You're doing all this hollering for me. Yeah. Excuse all the noise. He's really acting up for the cameras here. 'Cause any other time he'd be watching his show. Matter of fact, let me see why this is not on. What's happening here? Here, let's watch your little show. So so he doesn't so I didn't like how he was moving as far as like telling me one thing and then doing another. Where y'all going, Miss Lex Lex? To the barber shop. It'll be all right. Listen, is deal with this for one day or deal with me doing something with his head every day. You know what I'm saying? So he don't really like me doing it every day, so he could deal with it for this little hour. I know, I just need to your curls, your hair got a little too dry. Okay. It just got a little too dry. This is okay. We're gonna work this out. Yeah. So what I did on Thursday is I recorded the work that he had done. Right. So I recorded around the room because I didn't like that the drywall had a lot of sit down. The drywall had a lot of gaps. I didn't like how they would tell me that you know, he or they had decided not to pull down the paneling and all of that. So now it's like you quoted the job for a certain price and you're not even doing the same work, but you ain't really trying to say, you know, that you will give me a discount for not doing the same work. So I'm feeling a way about that. So anyway, I just started recording. So I was recording what he did outside, which was really next to nothing. Kind of put some board up where I was missing board. He was gonna have to do that in order to do the stucco. But he didn't really, it's like he didn't pull anything any of the old wood down. Even the newer wood that went up last year is now weathered, right? Not to mention all the wood that's been there since I bought the house.
Mommy, my
Yes.
cat is so sad.
Why so sad? So, um, so I just, again, just recording around the room and recording outside, just trying to keep record of his work in the event things turn sour. So, um, he he like I said, he didn't show up at all on Thursday. But he called me Thursday night to say to ask how early could he come on Friday. It's not like a full contract. He sent me like he using like this little app that anybody, any little handyman could get that he sent me an invoice with that said what work he was doing, but it wasn't, you know, he included the pictures of the material that he priced from the Home Depot cart. But again, that's not the receipt because at this point, it's Thursday. All that material ain't shown up at my house yet. So I don't know, what he using. A little bit of material has shown up, but not a lot. Like I see like some underlayment, I see some mesh, some metal mesh. All of that has to go up under the stucco. And he did show up with like the drywall and they had the nails and he brought like one bag of mud for the drywall. And so you know, I'm just like ain't a whole lot going on. Homeboy like to talk a whole lot, but it don't seem like he doing much work, you know. Let's see. He started saying, yeah, we were on the phone and he was putting it over the panel and they were working till it almost got dark. You think he was being productive as hell? Was that, I mean, that's the most productive that he was that particular day with his homeboy putting up the drywall in the heat, right? Because that room is not air conditioned like the house, but there's an air conditioner in the window that both of them refused to turn on because they said it would just blow all the drywall dust and it was dark outside and there's really no light out there. So they couldn't really work out there at all. And I know they were back there sweating because, his homeboy took his shirt off and he was basically like drenched. So I'm like, you know, there's AC here. I know it's hot back here, because the room is not like connected to the rest of the house or anything. So anyway, that's about as productive as they got that particular day. And mind you, he was supposed to be done the entire job by Friday. And for him to not show up on Thursday at all, and mind you, it's not raining. It's not like he didn't show up because it was raining outside. It didn't rain because this is before the hurricane that came through the next week. And we had no rain for like the whole week. So really no excuse to not show up and actually do something outside. So Thursday I recorded while he wasn't here, and then he called me Thursday night, said he wanted to come between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. And then that's when I asked him if he had planned to pull down the old wood outside before he did the stucco. I'm like, you're not gonna stucco over that old wood now, are you? And then the first thing he said was yes. And I said, but that wood is old. Most of that wood has been there over 15 years. I don't even know how long it's been there. Um, since before I bought the house. I've been here 15 years. And then the newer wood that was up there is now weathered. So why would you want to stucco over that? And then he was like, oh no, we still got to do stuff to it. This is that and the other. And then I said, well, we talked about my water barrier, right? And I saw that you put up new wood where I was missing wood, but I don't see the metal flashing that you said you were going to use. Now, mind you, I never saw no metal flashing come here as a part, and he would have had to cut that to size, so there would have been scrap metal flashing, and so none of that showed up here. And so I know that, but I didn't need to point that out to him. And I'm just like, I didn't see it. He said, "Oh yeah, yeah, it's all back there. It's behind it. You can't see it." And I said, "The corner is exposed. I can see behind there just fine." So what? And he was like, "Oh no, 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 no. I still got more to do." And I'm like, "Okay, I know he's got to do that underlayment. I would expect the flashing to show up before the underlayment." Now, I'll tell you what I learned. The flashing was supposed to go between the underlayment because for stucco, they're supposed to do two layers. Stop kicking the tripod, baby. They're supposed to do two layers. And so, you know, one, I wanted to make sure he wasn't going to put that underlayment over the old wood. And then two, I wanted to make sure my water barrier was going to be there because that's what I'm most concerned about is my backyard flooding and then water being all in that room. So he shows up the next day. Now, mind you, he doesn't show up between 8 and 9. I left here at 8:30. I told him I had an appointment. Sit up, babe. I told him I had an appointment and in the morning, but that I would leave the back door unlocked for him. Now, there is another set of doors between that back room and my house. So it wasn't like I was leaving him to like roam my house. But he could get into that back room because he needed to get to an outlet. Okay, so he could use his power tools. So in my hand. So I did that, and but I beat him back here from my appointment. So I, like I said, I left at 8:30 and he wasn't here, and I got back probably about like before 11. He showed up about 10 minutes after me. So here you go, not showing up when you said like, and you only live down the street. And so he, he I let him do his thing. I had a bunch of meetings that I was getting on with a customer, and I knew it was going to run long. And so next thing I know is I hear him stapling up that underlayment. And I was like, he didn't pull none of the stuff down. Like we had this conversation the night before. So you would think that with the conversation we had the night before, that he would understand that I'm not a dummy. Okay. I may not do this kind of work, but I'm not a dummy. So don't think you can get over and slide and all of that other kind of stuff. So I go out there. He's probably got almost half that one wall paper. And I said, but I thought you were going to take down the old wood. Oh no, all this wood is all good wood. Is it? It's weathered. And this wood has been up here for over 15 years. Oh, it's still good wood, blah, 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 blah. And I said, I'm thinking to myself, because when you came and estimated and I showed you like this was all what the guy did, he said, "Oh no, this was all wrong." Blah 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 blah. And I'm just thinking, like, well, if it was all wrong, why wouldn't you want to take that out of there? Now, again, this is not my forever home. It could be the next homeowner's problem. I just needed to look good so I can insure my house. For real, for real. So I'm tripping, but I'm not tripping about him putting the stucco over the old wood. But I'm feeling real uneasy about the whole thing. So he he so I let him go back to paper so I could go back to my customer. Oh, and I also mentioned, I said, well, what about my water barrier down here? What about the flashing? And then instead of the metal flashing, which is what he told me the night before, he starts talking about, oh, I'm gonna dig all of this out. Because I said, if you were gonna put metal flashing in, you needed to do that before you start doing all this paper. And so then he says, "No, you see all of this? I'm gonna because I said all this wood here is touching the ground. None of this wood can touch the ground. It's just going to soak up the water from the ground. This is that and the other. Oh no, I'm gonna dig all this out and I'm gonna put concrete here. Now, mind you, I ain't seen no bags of no concrete. Again, we still missing a whole bunch of materials. He's got $1,120 of money for materials just for the siding. Never mind what he got paid to do the work on the room on the inside, which is like another $350. So, which that room ain't even finished. They weren't even like, I want to say 80% of the drywall went up on the wall, and that was it. Like no mudding, no nothing, just 80% of the drywall. So the room is far from not even 50% done. And so, but he got paid in full for that part because he needed to pay his homeboy, whatever, whatever. So that was the only thing he got paid labor on. $100 was for materials, and then another 250 was for him to finish the room. Again, the room's not finished. So now he's talking, oh no, this is good wood, blah 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 blah. And now he's giving me a different story on how he gonna do my water barrier under the thing. So now you want to dig up all the ground and put concrete there. But shouldn't you be doing that before you put this paper up? Because that don't sound right to me. Come on, sit up, baby. Mommy need you to sit up. So that don't exactly sound right. But again, I don't do this kind of work. But I'm just like, you got to make it make sense at some point. So I go back to my customer. I didn't want to leave them for too long. I was going for like a good 5 minutes on that meet. So I come back in, he doing his thing. He papers most of the room. He gets around the door and this last window where the air conditioner is. And he doesn't run out. I thought he ran out of paper, but he didn't exactly run out of paper. I think it just got maybe a little too intricate and he just stopped there. And then he started messing with the mesh. And so that was Friday. So he brought to my attention that the wood on top of my chimney looked rotted and that should be replaced. Yeah, at some point it should be replaced, but you need to focus on like this job, though. And so he's like, "Oh well, you have the wood, might as well, like if you got a ladder, do you have a ladder or do I need to bring a ladder?" I said, "I have a ladder that you can get up there with, but I'm just thinking you ain't got time to be messing with that." And so I'm like, so I know, Char. It's crazy. Like we keep going from one thing to another, one thing to another. Like just last night, how you go from metal flashing to now concrete in like a number of hours. And Miss Lex, it started out at like 800 in material, but then now he talking, bless you. Now he talking the stucco or whatever, and so that's where the extra 320 comes from. And I in all actuality, I think it's fair to ask for the materials up front. That's the good faith, right? If you're a handyman, that way, if I decide to fire you or I stick you for the job or whatever, you're not stuck holding the bag on a bunch of materials that you can't really do nothing with right now. So I think that's fair. The problem is you didn't show up with any materials. So now I'm looking at you like, all right, you had this money. I'm wondering when these materials are supposed to be getting picked up from the Home Depot that you supposedly ordered on Monday, right? It's now Friday and we still haven't seen these materials. So what happens is, he does a little bit of the mesh, not even half. There's a whole wall that's not touched with mesh at all. And he that's not to code either, that I find out like later, or I should say later that night. Because what sparked me in investigating how stucco should be applied so that I know that he's doing a good job. And Yes, materials with invoices. But again, he didn't show up, right? I remind you, only supposed to be paying receipt on materials. So whatever, I think he trumped it up to get a bigger deposit. That's cool because whatever you don't pay in materials comes off of your labor. Okay. But, again, he lived down the street. I'm not too worried about him disappearing on me. But, because I know where he lives. And so what's happening now is that he's now trying to find something else to do. And I'm just like, dude, you just need to focus on the task at hand. But okay, here's a ladder. Not that you got time to use it, because you need to be working out here. So he he said, so I give him the ladder and I tell him I'm going to go pick up baby G from the sitter. And then he texted me while I was on my way to pick him up from the sitter. And he goes, well, I was wondering, my wife has this bill she want to pay today. Can you send me $700 of the labor so that she could pay this bill? She really on my back about it. And I'm just thinking like, dude, you ain't even did $700 worth of labor yet. Like what? And I still don't see my materials. So I'm like, if you didn't buy my materials yet, then pay that bill with that. Like, what you bothering me for more money? Like I've done my good faith by paying for the materials. You need to do yours by getting some work done around here. So, so my response to that, when I got to a point where I could text him back, was, "Can you send me the receipts for the materials that you purchased thus far?" And so he calls me back and he gives me this whole spiel. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I got the receipts. They at the house. But I'm at your house working right now, so I don't want to, stop to walk down the street. Okay. Hey Bree, I don't want to stop to walk down the street. Um, and yes, and baby G, and and to get that, and I'm just thinking, but your wife is home, like she can take pictures of the receipts or whatever. And so I said, I need to see some receipts. I didn't even give him a suggestion on how he could do that. I'm just like, I need to see some receipts because when I was back there talking to him, and I'm gonna say this is not the first time. This is actually the second time I've asked for the receipts. Because when I was talking to him about him papering over the old wood, and I said, now in the receipts, you had like 8, 9 boards that you were estimating here. If you're going to do this over the old wood, then you're not buying those boards. So what's up with those materials? And he goes, oh no, I just transferred that all over to the stucco materials. And I said, I need to see some receipts then, because it's not sounding right. And so he's like, oh no, I got receipts, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. Because when I took video of, again, the materials that did show up at my house, the roll of underlayment was already open. Okay. So you ain't used none of that here. You ain't start no the underlayment part. Why is that already open if you bought that for me? So I know he don't have no receipt for that. The mesh, maybe he got receipt, but it didn't look like enough to cover my whole house. I mean, not the house, but the room. It didn't look like enough mesh. And I still haven't seen any dry stucco for him to mix. I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen, any of the flashing, any concrete like he said he was gonna do. I hadn't seen any of that. So I'm just like, I'm gonna need to see some receipts, man. He was like, oh, don't worry, I got the receipts for you, whatever, whatever. So that's what I said as I was walking back into the house. So now you asking for this money, and I'm like, this is crazy. I know it's like I'm pissed off too, but it gets worse. It gets worse. So I'm like, what? Like, no, I need to see some receipts. So when I come back with baby G, like Because what he tries to do while I'm out is then send me screenshots of another Home Depot cart. And I'm just like, no, I need to see receipts, not an unchecked out cart. Because like you're sending me, I can make a Home Depot cart. You know what I'm saying? And I believe those quantities were trumped up again, and that you were displaying supplies that you weren't actually purchasing, like the more expensive underlayment versus the cheaper underlayment and all of that kind of mess. So I was like, no, this is an unchecked out cart. I need to see an actual receipt and all of that. He's like, well, no. What did he say? He didn't respond to that. He tried to call me back. But my thing is, if you calling me, you're not sending me a receipt. And I was on the phone with somebody and I didn't want to get off the phone or put them on hold. Like, I don't want to hear what you got to say. I need you to send me a receipt. So I didn't answer. I just said I'd call him back or whatever, or I let it go to voicemail. And then when I came back to the house, he realized I was back at the house. And I guess he was trying to butter me up, said he had a friend that was throwing away a bunch of paint. So basically, he got me some paint for free. Okay, that's cool, but I still need to see some receipts, home skillet. Like, I don't, what they got to do with the receipts, some free paint. Like, I can buy paint. Like, the room is only 200 square feet. Like, that's like maybe 2 gallons of paint to paint that stucco. So I really, you're not doing me no favors, like not no real favors. So he, back and forth doing whatever he doing. I don't know what. I guess still messing with that mesh or whatever. And he's complaining about cutting up his hands and all of that, trying to cut the mesh and all of that. And I was just like, well, you need to have your gloves on. Like, you the professional, you know what you're working with. If you're putting yourself at risk working with this material, like that don't sound smart to me. So, well, when I can't really grip it with gloves, then you don't get to complain about your hands getting cut up. Like, seriously, like I could care less about that. So then he started. Then he moved to when he asked about when he's trying to tell me that he's trying to get the receipts. He said, "Well, see, I purchased the supplies under a pro account. They don't give you a receipt until you pick the supplies up." And I'm just up here wondering, like, well, if you ordered them on Monday, why haven't they been picked up yet? And so you would have a receipt by now. And then he claimed that because it was late, now it's after 6 o'clock, the pro people are now closed, and he not sure he can get anything. And I said, you don't have an online account to log in to see your order? No, I don't have an online account. I said, okay. Well, I mean, he wasn't gonna get the $700 with or without receipts, but I need to see what you've done with the money that I've already given you, because now I'm concerned about your ability to finish my job. So, yes, Bri. Yes, very messy. This story pissing me off. I'm ready to take a trip out here. Shaking my head. Ain't no way. Please don't tell me you were scared. So it's worse than being scammed. Okay, it's worse because he couldn't produce the receipt. Now all of a sudden he was like, "Oh, I tried customer service." So he eventually left. It got dark. He eventually left, and he called me from his house. Was like, "I wanted to let you know I was still working on trying to get you the receipts." Well, I thought they was at your house. Like, now all of a sudden you got an excuse as to why you can't produce them, but you pushing, like, even sent the CashApp request and like trying to push me to send this money. And so I was just like, I need to see some receipts, dude. So then he was like, "Well, customer service can't help me. They're saying, I just gotta, call back when the pro people come on Monday, like afternoon." And I said, "Oh, well, I guess that's what it's gonna be." And then he was like, "Well, I mean, do you think you can still send the money? This is that." And yeah, nope, I can't. I need to see some receipts. And so he was like, "Okay, okay, I understand. This is that and the other." So that was the last I heard from him. That was 2 weeks ago Friday. Okay, 2 weeks ago Friday. Let me just tell y'all, I have heard zip from him. I've had no correspondence from him since that phone call. Okay, so we had this hurricane. that had come through. Not really through here. It didn't really wasn't much to do about nothing, but it did bring us a bunch of rain. So I there were 3 sheets of drywall in the room, and the room has no water barriers, so I'm concerned about, flooding in my backyard and that water backing up into the room and then damaging that drywall. So here I am at like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday. Now this is now Wednesday. That was Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now he did tell me, um, did I miss Latundra? Oh, hey Latundra. I miss you. Hey honey. Um, and I'm just trying to make sure the drywall doesn't get damaged. So I'm in the room. I woke up, it was raining, and I'm in the room trying to figure out how I'm gonna get the drywall off the floor. While I'm in there, I noticed that my paint sprayer. Okay, Jaden. I noticed that my paint sprayer that I had just purchased the previous month in July to paint my fence that just went up was missing. Okay. Now I had held a couple of conversations about this paint sprayer with old dude. Okay. And he basically said to me, he said, well, how much did you pay for the sprayer? I said about 200. It's really 185, but if you add it's a little over 200 if you add the $55 warranty, right? But I didn't tell him that. I just said about 200. And he was like, dang, you spent all of that just to use it once? And I said, well, I plan to use it again on my wood siding, and I can use it again when you're done this stucco to paint the stucco. So like, if there, I have other uses for it. He was like, you should have took it back and you should have returned it after you used it on the fence. And I'm like, well, why? I have other uses for the paint spray. Like, and I didn't really want to buy a new paint sprayer, right? All of this was inconsequential. Um, about why I have the sprayer, why I paid what I paid, why I didn't just return it, or whatever. All of that's inconsequential because I have the sprayer because I want the spray. What I plan to do with it after I painted the fence is never mind to you. And so the fact that he's like, oh, you should have took it back after you used it. It's like, okay, well, apparently you moved shape, okay, and I gotta watch your behind. So so yeah, so he knew the sprayer was back there. I knew the sprayer was back there. He's inquiring a little bit too much. He knows the sprayer is like barely used. He doesn't know exactly when I purchased it, but he knows it's like barely used. So the case that the sprayer goes in was missing, and it's a pretty big case. And just like that, you really can't miss it. And so he did move a lot of stuff around in the room when they were doing the concrete or whatever. So when I noticed that was missing, I was just like, did old dude get out of here with my paint sprayer? Because the paint sprayer was on the porch, right? It wasn't like in my garage or whatever. It's in the area where he's been. And so I went back to my videos because mind you, I took a video because this now Wednesday now when I'm noticing that it's missing. So I had took a video on Thursday because I said maybe it was his homeboy because I don't know when. I didn't know at that time when it disappeared because I said his homeboy was here on Wednesday when they were doing the drywall. Maybe his homeboy took it. And so I went to the video that I took on Thursday when nobody was there after his homeboy had come and gone. And the sprayer was there. So I'm like, yep. And then I took another video Saturday morning after his work on Friday to, because what I did Friday night is I Google smoogled how, like, the process for like stuff, because I wanted to make sure he was doing that right. Because I didn't really like how he was, oh, here, there, whatever. So now Saturday, I take more video and I realize that he's not putting any of the stuff up. Like, forget the fact that he's putting it over the old wood. The underlayment was only one layer, not two. The flashing is supposed to go between the two layers. The underlayment is supposed to go bottom up. It's supposed to be layered at least an inch. There were like pieces and catches and this and that. He didn't do none of that right. The mesh that he had put up is supposed to be overlapped depending on whether it's horizontal or vertical, anywhere between 3 to 6 inches. The mesh was not overlapped at all. In fact, there were places where there were gaps between the mesh. None of that was right. And this is mesh that he had to cut to fit in between like the windows and stuff. So with none of that right, like all of this, like basically you set me up for my stucco to like fall off the house, okay? Within the year, either fall off or crack or whatever, for me to have problems with it. So I'm like, oh no, like this is crazy. So he told me earlier in the week, or I want to say on the Wednesday, that he and his wife were going to go take a trip to go visit his sister who just had a baby. Now I couldn't remember if that trip was going to be just for the weekend, but they were supposed to be leaving on Friday. And I don't know if it was just for the weekend or if that was just going to, or they were going to be going for a week or longer than a week. I wasn't sure. But that was like all the driving force earlier for him to be done by Friday. Well, he's nowhere near done, right? And it's Friday. And now, I got all this video, whatever. So the video I took on Saturday, I was videoing outside, but all the blinds were up so you could see inside. So where the sprayer was, is not there on Saturday morning. So I know the sprayer walked on Friday. Let's see. I just want to make sure I understand. You fronted him 800 to purchase materials. Years ago, I had to hire a contractor as a hurricane. I met him at Home Depot and I paid for my material. Yeah, I fronted him as a deposit, right? Because I would have needed him to pick up the materials anyway. I don't have a vehicle, right? I could have met him at the Home Depot and paid for the materials. I could have did that too. But, busy with work, I didn't do that, but I could have. And just, got the materials. But, it is what it is. That money was supposed to be for the materials. Like I said, the materials never showed up here. So, it is what it is. So, yeah, different people, like, I will say, mix like, come here. I will say, that when you're working with like a contract, get there. You're doing the most. 1, 2, sit down. When you're working with like the bigger companies, don't start because you're being disrespectful. When you're working with like the bigger companies and stuff, a lot of them are like insured, they're bonded, and all of that. The handyman type dudes, a lot of them like on like a bigger job they're not gonna have the money to front up front, right? So they're gonna ask for a deposit or what have you, and I get that. Whether it's for material or what have you. Now, granted, on such a big job, and the fact that I didn't really like know him, I think in my mind I was just desperate to get the work done. I'll just be honest about that. I'm just desperate to get the work done at this point. Not necessarily by anybody, but by somebody who could just come and knock it out and and it not be any problems, because I'm just having too many problems between the estimates and people showing up and being ghosted and all of that kind of stuff. So what's wrong? You're doing all this screaming. I don't understand what the screaming is about. Exactly. You're doing the most. Sit up. Somebody didn't have a nap today, so he's probably tired. So yeah, so and the fact that I think he probably thought he had a cash cow. I'm pretty sure the whole move to ask me about doing the stucco was because he needed more than what he was trying to get at first, and so it was a way to get a little bit more money to do whatever he needed to do or his wife needed to do. I'm pretty sure that that's what was going on. I don't believe he used my money at all to buy any material, because as far as the material that showed up here, when I priced it, most of the material that showed up here was probably something he got from maybe a homeboy or something, like some scrap material from some job that they did, or maybe a job he was doing somewhere else or something. And then he used my money to do something other than buy material. So because if $300 worth of material showed up here, then we all hit the lot. Okay, because he really didn't bring much of anything. And so once he got done with the little bit of mesh that he had out there, he really had nothing else to do anything else. So I believe the attempt in asking for the $700 was so that he could buy more material to finish the job. But I denied him that money, and so now he in a bind. And that is why I believe my tools disappeared, because it would have been a way for him to get a little bit of money to buy maybe a little bit more materials to maybe buy him some time. Or he possibly could have had, why are you screaming like that? Why are you screaming like that? Cut it out. You want to go to timeout? Scream again and you're going to timeout. Because right now you're being extra tired. So that's what I believe was going on. Now the other thing is he could have took my stuff because maybe he had something else to do and was trying to use it to do that, and maybe sneak the tools back in. And I say tools as in plural because on Wednesday when I first saw it, it was just the sprayer. I called the police. I called non-emergency. Police came here so I could do my theft report or what have you. I only knew about the sprayer at that time. I was talking on the phone with my brother, who was calling to make sure I was okay with the hurricane. This had to be either Wednesday or either that Wednesday or the next day. And I realized that I had another tool back there that I did not see, and that was my agitating saw. And then the agitating saw I've had for years, so it was not like brand new. It was clearly time out is quiet time, so cut it out. Nobody's hurting you. You were screaming and it's very rude, and mommy does not like it. I didn't ask you what you want. I told you if you screamed again for no good reason, you were going to be in timeout, and you are in timeout. Timeout is quiet time. Are you done? Are you done? You are done being dramatic. So my agitating saw, which cost less than the sprayer, he walked out of here with too. So when I go back to the video of where the sprayer was in the video, both tools are in the video. They all in the same frame. So because I wasn't sure, because I even checked like before I thought to check the video for the saw, because the saw I wasn't sure where the saw was, but I was sure where the sprayer was. And I checked my garage just to make sure, and I'm like, nope, I know for a fact it was back there because I had to move it when the junk people came. So I know the sprayer was back. The saw was back there. I just don't know where it was back there before it went missing. But fortunately, I found it in the video. It was on the floor, but I managed to catch both of them in the same frame. And I was like, they were both right here. Almost like, I don't want to say like he set them up, but I kind of feel like desperate people do desperate things because the thing about it was the job was worth more than what he stole. It's dumb to throw away a job that was worth $1,800 to you for $300 worth of equipment. He left tools here as well. He left a couple of power drills. He left a circular saw. Um, he left a few other items as if he were coming back. So it was almost like maybe he took them to use them somewhere and then maybe he would try to sneak them back, or maybe he thought I didn't have any use for it. So it'd be a while before I would even notice that they were gone. So, and so I don't know why he took it. It was just really dumb. But again, he wasn't doing a good job work wise anyway. But had he at least been in there, been productive, did some work, like granted, it probably would have cost me more money in the end because the work was so shoddy, but it would have went better for him, I think. Definitely would have went better. So let's take a look at some comments. Well, my guy was just repairing the fence. I bought the material. He put it on his truck. I brought it to my house and did the job. And I paid him for the labor. Yeah, this story is heartbreaking. I would have called the police. Crackhead vibes. Yes. That's crazy. This is some 2001. There's Judy method. Yeah. So I called the police out here that Wednesday on the sprayer, and the police are just not helpful here. I knew they weren't going to be that helpful, even though I knew who he was. When I called the police, the lady, I said I got a theft that I want to report because I called non-emergency. I didn't call 911. And she was like, "Oh, well, you can fill that out online." And I said, "Well, I know who stole it." And she said, "Oh, well, we'll see." I said, "You sure the officer doesn't need to see anything, like see the area where it was or whatever?" And she was just like, she was like, "Well, I mean, if you don't know who took it," I said, "But I do know who took it." And she said, "Oh, okay, well, I'll send the officer over there." So, hush, Jaden, hush. It's that voice. So turn around.
My cover's so sad.
No, you're being extra. So now that the officer comes over here and I don't remember if I put, I guess y'all remember if I put cream on his head. I think I did. So he comes over here and he goes, "Well," I said, "Well, I have a video of where the materials, where they were, of what they look like and all of that." And so well, unless it's a video of him walking out of there with it, that don't really do me any good. And I was just like, "Well, he lived right down the street. This is that and the other." And he was like, "Well, it doesn't make sense. Like he left his tools here. Like why would he steal more?" And I'm like, "Because I'm here." Like he took what he could take in his hands, you know what I mean? And sneak out into the dark of the night, like, and hoping I wouldn't notice. And then he was just like, it just doesn't make sense. And no, it don't make sense. But stupid people do stupid things, and also desperate people do desperate things. And so I don't know what his thought process was when he took these items. And then the police officer was like, "Well, it's not like we're gonna arrest him or anything. Like we don't do arrests for like $200." And I'm just thinking like, but why not? Like what? Like so basically, I can go out and rob somebody as long as I don't steal something that costs more than a couple $100. Then you ain't gonna bother to come find me. Like, come on, a theft is a theft. Like you can take him and book him. I'm not telling you to lock him up for the next 20 years. Like that. And then he was like, "Well, you can't prove." I said, "Well, he's the only one that's been here." He's like, "Well, that makes him a suspect." And I'm just thinking, like, proving is for court, officer. Your job is to investigate. You know he a suspect, so go over there and start the questioning. Like, I don't understand. You know, all you got to do is go over there and ask about it and see if he start acting squirrely. That's your job as an investigator, being a member of the police. But Orange County Sheriff is, I hate to say it because my sister's husband works for Orange County Sheriff, but a lot of those guys are incredibly lazy and they never want to do any work. And I've had my run-ins with them before and it wasn't a great experience. So like most of the people are lazy and don't want to do their job. I have found a couple of nice people in the department who were helpful, but I knew I wasn't gonna get really nowhere. And it's like he didn't even take his name. He didn't take his name, he didn't take his address, he didn't take the business name. Like if he's a suspect, why won't you get the information on him so you can fill out this report that you showed up at my house to do all of this stuff? And he didn't even do that. But I realized later about the agitated saw, so I have to submit another report. Anyway, I'm just gonna do that online and then I'll reference the other call. Um that way I can get all the details, including old dude's name, the business name, the address, and all of that. And that'll just, be in the report because the thing is, I just need something because I know this is going to end up in small claims court. And I want to be able to say he's also a thief. That's why he can't come back and try to right any wrongs or whatever. And so I don't want him back on my property. And this is part of my reason why. And so, really, I just want a report like with his name on it to say that I think he is a thief, and this is that and the other, and that's really all it. That's really all I needed. But he didn't take no notes. He didn't. The officer took no notes, took nothing, and I was like, I don't understand how you plan to write any kind of report when you don't have any kind of detail except to say, oh well, I saw where she said it was supposed to be, and it's not here. Maybe there's a whole bunch of stuff in the room, but I'm like, I got a video right here where I can show you where it was. So you're not interested in looking at the video? I got another video where I can show you where it ain't. you know, you're not interested in that, and I think the dude just didn't care. Um, sure, yeah. Didn't y'all talk about the sprayer that day they did the drywall? I swear you did. Yeah. He was asking me like how much did I pay for it and all this other kind of stuff. Yeah, but see, they did the drywall on Wednesday. The sprayer went missing Friday night. Thanks, sure. I thought I did. Um, what's the business name? Because I'm definitely writing a bad review. He said he go by word of mouth. He don't have no website. He called himself A Plus Handyman Services. I'm not even sure you even gonna find anything on Google. But if I gotta make something up, just put up a Google review. Yelp, maybe just a Google review under his name, whatever. I mean, this is gonna go to court, and that's gonna end up being public record. And the name and the business name, he can always change his business name since he don't have like a web presence or nothing like that. Talking about he just work off of word of mouth because he just like kind of like a retire. I get subsidy from the government. I'm a vet, blah blah blah. So I get payment from there. I just do this on the side type deal. So, but you better believe, as the vice president of my HOA, that warning is going to go out to this entire community, not to let that man come anywhere near their property. Okay, because not only is the word shoddy, not building code, but he's a thief. So I just wanted to get like my ducks in a row because I'm a girl from the hood, and my hood mentality has not left me at all. And I said, I need to have certain protections, just in case his wife, or their friends, or whatever, or family decide to get more stupid. So, I made the move to get some video cameras, watching my side yard, watching my driveway, since my car hangs out outside the garage. Because see, once I accuse him of being a thief, this could turn sour immediately, right? And I don't know what kind of people they are, but the hood I live in, your car could easily get messed with. You know what I'm saying? And all of that. And so since my car sits outside, it has no protection. So I need to, set up some cameras to watch over my stuff. So I took some extra money, and I'm mad because I've had reasons to have cameras earlier than this, and I really procrastinated on it. I wish if I'd have, took this route and got the cameras, I would have caught him. Hold on.
Go potty, sir.
Okay, Jaden, give me a second, and then you can go potty. I could have caught him walking out of here with my stuff. So that's okay, but I got some cameras up now in my side yard, and watching my car out front, and just in case they wanted to get stupid or whatever. So I wanted to make sure that that was set up, and then I also wanted to do my due diligence as far as what I was going to ask for him back, because I think it will show more grace in small claims court, and actually make me a lot more believable if I am fair as far as what I'm asking for back from him. And so I did give some credit for like materials that showed up here, like that drywall, even though they did a real shoddy job putting that drywall up. And crediting him a little bit of labor where he did do some stuff, right? And so I wrote out this long message basically explaining that because what I wanted him to do was come back and say, what time can I come finish working on the job? That never happened. So that leads me to believe that they probably saw that cop car outside my door when I called the police and probably spooked them. So from that, I never heard from him again. Like I said, he's been missing in action for 2 weeks. So on yep. You know what? Jaden, if I figure out something for y'all to post on, I will. I don't know. I don't know that I want to do that, but I'll put it in the description or something. And maybe do like a short. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that I want to do that just yet, because I haven't even written a bad review just yet. Because I'm waiting to see if I'm actually going to have to go to small claims before I do that. And I don't want to spook them, so I want to go to small claims, get my stuff served, and then do all of that. So I'll let y'all know when the coast is clear. All right, let's catch up with the comments. She said, y'all talked about the sprayer. You said you didn't use it much. And he said you could just return it or sell it. But you said it's whatever because you'll probably use it again. I heard all of that. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. He's shifty. Yes. Please spread the word via HOA. Yeah. So we just voted on the new HOA. I'm still vice president, but I'm going to have to talk with the new president and see how he want to handle it. Because my first instinct was to just write up some notes and take one to every garage except his. You know what I'm saying? About how shady he is. But again, I don't want to run him off until I get my paperwork served. And I'm gonna tell you, because I found out some more information today while I was out there doing some yard work from my neighbor next door. Hey Arlette, welcome. I know you got the cameras, but send a text and certified letter instructing him not to return to the property due to XYZ. No, that's what I did. So I don't have my phone. Okay. I'm gonna read y'all what I sent him. And because I sent it via email, his business email that's on the invoice, and I sent it in pieces via text. And then I also included the picture from the back room that had both the sprayer, the case, because the sprayer was in his case, and the saw in the same frame. And you can see the drywall that he put up, so that gives him an idea when that picture was taken. So I'm a read the email. I know, go potty and come back. Don't play in that bathroom. Go potty and come back. So I'm gonna read y'all. So let me see. I gotta get in the right email. So I decided to send the email just in case he maybe blocked me. But here is the email I sent him. I'm not putting his government out there. It just is what it is. Daniel Kelleher, I have not heard from you. No call, no text since August 25th. Now I just sent this Saturday, September 9th at 1:25 a.m. Okay. I have not heard from you. No call, no text since August 25th, 2023. You have abandoned this job on my back porch and window frame repair. A plus handyman services invoice number 10, voiding our agreement. You told me I would pay the receipt on materials, but you have not produced any receipts despite my request. And I have not seen physical materials valued anywhere near what I paid you thus far. As a deposit for the job, you have received an acknowledged receipt $1,470, $250 labor, $1,220 material. The $250 in labor was for the additional job of the inside of the porch, which is less than 50% complete, and you did not remove the paneling as you told me you would. I'm crediting you $100 for labor and $100 for material. Regarding my sidings, you installed sanded plywood where it was missing. Get over here. Get over here, baby. I am crediting. Oh, put your clothes on though. I'm crediting $70 in materials and $50 in labor for that. The felt underlayment 90% installed and not all the way up to the soffit was not applied and layered to code per 2020 Florida Building Code R703.7.73. The mesh lace, which was less than 50% installed, was not applied and layered to code per 2020 Florida Building Code R703.7.1. All of it has to be removed so there is no credit for materials or labor. You have performed no work towards window frame repair of the two windows. Although I am expecting altogether, I am expecting an immediate refund of $1,150 in the same manner in which you received it, for which I have sent a cash app request. Do not counter offer to right the wrongs above, as you are no longer welcome on my property. I am aware that you stole, removed from my home without my permission, the two items for which I have sent the two items below. Sorry, my eyes get. Do note that I have proof of these items being stolen by you. See items in photo. Wagner Flexio 3500 corded electric handheld HVLP paint sprayer. DeWalt 10 amp variable speed corded reciprocating saw. You need to return these items and issue my refund immediately, or I'll be forced to escalate this matter. I look forward to your response. So that was the email. Basically, each paragraph went to him as a text message. This is the picture that was taken from the video. This is a still, and I got the arrows pointing to the case and the other arrow pointing to the saw. They were both sitting there on the floor, and now they ain't there. Okay. So that's what I sent. And so because again, all of this is in preparation to show up in court because one, you abandoned the job. You no call, no show for 2 weeks. I don't know what you're doing. So even if the theft can't be proved, the fact that you abandoned the job is enough for me to just mix this all in the bud. You were paid for materials. The materials never showed up here. You need to return that back. And you've done next to no labor. The little bit of labor that you did manage to do, none of that was building code. So, and you abandoned the job and you a thief. So as far as I'm concerned, you really should just give it all back, right? But I'm being nice and crediting you for, some little work that you kind of had to do. I got to pull that down anyway. But, thank the Lord, this dude never touched my windows because I might be in bad shape considering how bad his work has been. So, yeah. All right. All right. I'm going to have to catch the replay to know what happened. Yeah, no worries. Come on, let mommy finish your hair and I'll do the mac and cheese. Start giving the synopsis. And then come here. Mommy's not done. Come here. You went potty, so now come on back.
Was.
So so yeah, so I'm all of this is in preparation because I wanted to do was get him to come over to the house and have the conversation with him, preferably in front of my Ring camera. But he never called me. So now it's like, all right, I'm about to accuse him of being a thief. I don't know what he and or his wife or whatever is gonna do. So I need to be prepared. So I wanted to set up my cameras before I send them anything. I also wanted to get my ducks in a row about what I was asking for back. And so I did my due diligence. I went on to Home Depot. I priced out the materials that I saw here, despite the fact that he had no receipt for them. I know he got it from somewhere, but
Mommy,
you know, contractors do that all the time. Use
Mommy, where's my
here, I
tablet?
got your tablet. You don't even have to get down. Use stuff that's left over from another job to save them some money. I get that, right? But stop, David. So I'm pretty sure that the materials he used were pretty much just scrap. And I know that he don't have the money. He got to work some other jobs or whatever to get the money to pay me back. Now, again, that went out early Saturday morning. He has not responded whatsoever. So I was talking to my next door neighbor because he doesn't own the house over there. He, from what I understood, he rents there. But now what I was told today, because the person who owns the house next to me also owns the house he's staying in. And what she told me today is that those people are not renting. He is allowing them to stay there while they or he and his father or whoever, because I think he and his wife stay there. They got a few kids, although I've only seen one. Supposedly she got a brand new baby or something and a 12-year-old. I I don't know. I've never seen the 12-year-old. I've never seen the brand new baby. I've only seen the 3-year-old girl or the girl that's about to be 3. And I've seen him and I've seen, I can't remember if she said her father or her step or her father-in-law or whatever. There's some older dude that's staying there with them too. Okay, babe. So basically they are fixing up the house for him to rent, and they are staying there while they fix up the house. She did go to the mailbox, which to me says they are getting mail there, so technically they are living there. And so again, I don't want to spook them up out of there until I get my small claims served because that's the only address that I have for him. So no notes, no bad reviews or nothing like that until I filed my thing in court. So at first I was gonna give him like 2 weeks or whatever, but it's just like when I was putting up my cameras Thursday, I'd already put up the side camera, I was putting up the floodlight camera in the front. And I was trying to do that kind of like on the slide, but the wife came outside supposedly to get the mail, and then I guess I saw her texting, so I'm guessing she was texting the husband or whatever. And then he eventually came home, but he did not get out of the truck. You see what I'm saying? And so I'm like, well, why would he come home and not get out of the truck? So he got out of the truck after I went back in the house. So from where they live down the street, they can't see what type of floodlight that I put up. So they would have had to get close to the house to even know what I put up there. I don't know if they even tried. So there's no movement, I don't know. For all I know, they stood over there with some binoculars or something trying to see what I was doing. Now my floodlight was broken. And I put it up myself. It's not like I paid somebody to do that. It was broken. Like it lit up, but it didn't, like the motion part was broke. So it wasn't really serving me any purposes, but there's no way they could have seen me doing the side camera. But I definitely put that camera up, and if they were approaching from their house, that camera would catch them first. So but I think they saw the police car And that's what spooked him because he has not responded to the text. He hasn't responded to the email at all. Now, granted, it's just been a couple of days. And he's not said anything about the tools that he left here. So I don't know what's gonna come of that. So come on, Jay, I need you to sit up because I'm on the back of your head. I need you to sit up, babe. This braid is going this lopsided. So so that's what's going on there, man. Cause and that's the update. But yeah, neighbor next door, she was just like, I think they gypsies, you know. And so I don't know what they are, but clearly he thought he could fast talk and you know get away. And I understand that I don't use my stuff often, but I know what I got back there because I paid for it and I do use it at some point. So if you thought that you was gonna get away with stealing my stuff and that go unnoticed for a super long time, you got to be kidding. You know, like it's not like I don't know what I got back there. So it's just all dumb at the end. At the end, like you were less than smart to even attempt this. And then him switching to stucco, if you needed money that bad, then you should have stuck with the wood siding because now that I'm educated on stucco, basically all you did was extend the life of the job. So you were never going to be done by Friday doing stucco. Even if you were in a position to put stucco up, you have to cure stucco. You have to do 3 layers and you have to cure it. And you have to wait 2 days in between each layer. Like I think you gotta wait 2 days before you can put the second layer on, and I think you gotta wait a week before you can put the third layer on. And then you gotta show up, and he ain't even been reliable enough for that to show up every day and spray water on it so it don't dry too fast. So for the first 3-4 days or whatever. So it's just like I don't understand other than the fact that he needed an excuse to get more money from me. I don't understand why he even went the stucco route because it's way more labor, right? Which he had overpriced anyway. It's way more labor to do stucco, and it would have extended the life of the job, which means it would have extended your ability to get paid for the job. So it was just dumb everywhere around. And if you too dumb to realize that that's what you were doing there, unless your intent was to run away with my material, unless that was your intent in general. But I don't think that was your intent because you wouldn't have brought your little tools over here and left them, you know. And what's even more dumb is, you could have had this plenty of work. A lot of people around here could have. That's if you were actually like living there. But now come to find out, you're not even living there. You're not a renter. You're just staying there for the time being. I don't know when y'all going to disappear from that house once he's ready to rent it. So I don't know. It'll be interesting. So like I said, I was gonna give him a little bit of time to see about my money, but on the real for real, if he don't respond to my message by say Monday, then it's a wrap. I'm just gonna go downtown to file my court case before they get a chance to run up out of there and not get served. You know, how's the backsplash tile? So the backsplash tile is great. I put it on the other side because what I showed on Instagram was just behind the stove. So I put it on the other side behind the sink and wrap that all the way around. So I got a strip basically going all the way around the kitchen part. Like I have a dining part, but just the kitchen part. And there's a little bit of like trim that I have to cut little pieces and stuff for that takes a long time. That part is not done, but other than that, then the backsplash is up. I absolutely love it. It came out so very good. And everybody I've shown it to think that it looks really good. So I'm super proud of that. um, could I do a general Google search on him to see if he has any type of criminal record? I didn't. Girl, like I said, I was just trying to get the work done. You know, just trying to get it done. And so, but you know, it's going to end up like I will probably never see that money again. Um, and my girlfriend mentioned that you know, with as far as the sprayer is concerned, that since I bought it with my credit card, that my credit card might like insure my purchase. So I might be able to like file a claim with the credit card company and then they reimburse me for the sprayers. But part of me wanted to give him an opportunity to say, okay, yeah, I got your sprayer. I'll bring it back to you. But like I said, he's been gone for 2 weeks. I don't know what he did with it. I'm not even sure I want it back. It could be damaged. You know what I mean? I don't know what he's done to it. And I don't have a need like right now. Now I do have Angie's List is sending a pro, and he's coming on Tuesday to basically do my wood siding repair. So basically how that's working is I'm essentially paying for like 4.5 hours of his labor. Um, I will still have to pay for materials. He can either, you know, go buy the materials, come do the work, and I reimburse him, or uh, you know, I can meet him at the Home Depot, the Lowe's, wherever he wants to buy the materials and pay for it. I put in the note that I can meet him to pay for the materials, but basically Angie is like, you don't pay nothing until the job is done. So he would have to show some receipt on the materials, the professional that they sent over, in order for that to go. So I had an opportunity to do that before this guy down the street, but I didn't really know how that was working. I was a little confused a little bit, but at this point I ain't got nothing to lose. So I went back to that because I had another guy who was coming referred. He actually has a Facebook presence and his work was looking really good, but he lives in Haines City, which is like over an hour away. And so he basically told me when I contacted him for an estimate that he don't come out this far. So that kind of got me in a way, and I was like, man, I'm gonna have to take a couple of days off of work and just do it myself. Like I have cutting tools, you know, and you know rulers, and I know how to mark something, measure something, you know, and all of that. It might not be, you know, necessarily to code and all of that, but I did it myself. So, you know, whatever. I know what's under there. I know it's done. You know, I'm gonna do what I feel like I need to do to make it as right as I can, considering I don't work in the profession, but just to get it done. Like I need to get this 4-point inspection done. You know, so at this point, I need to get it done, and I don't want to have to pay $5,000 for somebody to do the whole siding. I'm not looking for the whole siding, just the repair. Welcome back, Shar. Welcome back. Did you trap local pawn shops? Do you still have the serial numbers for the sprayer in Texas when you file a police report? You have the serial number, and they put it in the database, and then it show up at the pawn shop. They get an alert. I mean, I could try. I mean, I don't know.
Chucky,
You
Robot,
know,
Fail, Fish Gun,
I'll
Puppy,
try.
Grace.
I don't know that I have the serial number because he got the whole case and the machine. All I have at this point is I have the outside covering, which is going to be the same for everyone. It, you know, with the UPC code. So I have the UPC code, and I have the original receipt. Now, I did purchase a warranty on it, but uh I had not set up the warranty. So, you know, as far as the warranty, I'm going to see if I can cancel the warranty if it's too late to cancel the warranty because I've had it for about a month now. But I'll see if I can, like, if I tell them it was stolen and that I just want to cancel the warranty, they might give me something back on that, and then I'll see if my credit card will just reimburse me for that. I'm still going to mention that it was stolen in my small claims case, um, and that you know my credit card reimbursed me for it because it was stolen. Because one might think that you know, oh, you got to prove that he took it for criminal court. But in a civil court, I ain't got to prove that he took it. It just got to be more likely than not that he did, and that's going to be up to the judge. So I'm asking for everything. When I go down there and file, I'm asking for lost wages. I'm probably not gonna get that, but I'm gonna ask for it. I'm gonna max out the small claims. Like again, I'll probably never see the money, but on principle, that judgment gonna be sitting on your credit. Maybe you don't even care. Your credit's probably already bad, considering you don't seem to have nowhere to live. So maybe you don't care. That's if you even show up to the case. But that judgment is gonna live in infamy until you pay it. So you know. Now, Sandra TTC 45 said that I should submit it for one of the TV court places because then, they guarantee payment for those shows. So we'll see. Maybe. I said, but I gotta file it in like real court. But actually what they ask you to do because it's arbitration, what they ask you to do is drop your case in your state and then come to their thing. So I don't know if it's dramatic enough, but that will give me a chance to like show my videos, and I don't know. They might show up just to get paid to show up on the show. Not because they think they're gonna win. They don't have a chance in hell of winning anything. So I will do all of that. But again, the theft report from the police is going to be instrumental in the small claims court. And my belief that it was stolen. Like I don't have to steal for myself. Like I don't need to accuse, the dude of stealing, you know, but just because I didn't like his work, you know, and the fact that he made no attempts to contact me after they saw that police car. If he didn't do anything wrong, why haven't I heard from you? Even if you saw the car, I don't know if they saw the car or not. Ooh, sorry, 8,000. Oh, that's what's up. Usually small claims be like 5,000. Some states are even like just 1,500 on small claims. I know Pennsylvania limit was 5,000 for small claims. I'm sorry, babe. So I don't know if it's 8,000. Like I said, I'm gonna throw the book at it. The fact that the stuff that he tore down, I had to clean up. All that debris, I cleaned that up myself. I'm gonna charge a little something on that cleanup. Um, I'm gonna charge for my okay. I'm gonna charge for my lost wages, and it's just gonna be up to the judge about what the judge want to award me. Because it's just so not cool. And I was gonna like the saw I can replace for $130. Again, I've had it for years, so there's some depreciation on that. I can't really get $130 for the saw, even though it wasn't used very much, but it was in good condition. And it was mine, so I'll ask for the 130 since that's what it's gonna cost to replace it. And if the judge want to take some depreciation on it, he or she could do that, or they can do that. I'm not gonna, whatever I get is gonna be whatever I get. I mean, part of me wants to just ask for all the money back, despite the fact that I'm offering him a credit. But I feel like the fact that I offered credit on some of the work that was done will say a lot to the judge about who's being truthful and who's not. And like, why would I credit you anything when I know that you stole from me? You know what I'm saying? So if you have my items, then give me my money and give me my stuff. If you don't have my items, then you owe me whatever it cost me to replace it. That's how I feel about it. Mine is whatever depreciation the judge might want to do. But I just think it's dumb because, my kid found a friend and his kid And now that friendship is lost. It could have been a beneficial situation for his stay-at-home wife. You know, her daughter would have had a little playmate on the block, and it would have been a beneficial situation for me. Maybe like I could have maybe paid her to watch Jaden when my sitter is out or whatever, depending on how long they would be there. So it's unfortunate. Because we kind of bonded on the whole mom thing, and that's another reason why I was, trying to give her little husband a chance. And when I met her, I think her friend was there, and her friend was like, "Oh, she's an excellent mom," and blah 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 blah. But I feel like y'all in cahoots. Your husband a thief, y'all. As far as I'm concerned, y'all whole family of thieves. So now I can't trust nothing. I don't want y'all nowhere near my house. I don't want you in here because now I just feel like anytime you come in here, you casing the joint. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have time for that. I'm so sorry that this happened. You're too good of a person to have such bad attention. You were supposed to help me. Thank you, Kirsten. I appreciate that. I just feel like karma's the bee, and she comes for everybody. Nobody is excused from karma. So, whatever the situation, something is not going to work out for them. When people do bad things and stuff like that, karma comes for those people. I believe that. And she come in her own time. Okay. So but I'm not gonna stress about it because I know karma do come around. I might not be around to see it happen, but I know that it comes around, and you know, I ain't gonna worry about it. I've had situations that have to happen that have to do with money. Money is just that. It's just money. I got it once, I'll get it again. Not that I got money to burn because I don't, but it's just like I'm not gonna sit around here and fret about it. He thought he had a cash cow and a dummy who was just gonna keep throwing money at him every time he asked. He found out real quick. He effed around and found out real quick that wasn't the case. He also found out with my email that I ain't no dummy because I spit them Florida building codes right at him. So you can't slick talk me. You know what I'm saying? You thought you could slick talk me about what you were going to do and how you were going to do it and whether that was even going to be right. But nope, I went. Now, granted, I ain't know nothing about no stucco until that Friday night. You asked me for that money. Okay. And I went and educated myself. And I plan to have a whole conversation with him about it and give him a chance to fix it. But then when you stole from me, like, oh no, this is a done deal. Right? Like, ain't no fixing this. I don't want you nowhere near my house. So, but all of that is on record. And what the police said is, well, you can't prove it, but if you ask him, if you tell him, like, look, I know you got my stuff, give it back, and he declines to give it back, that's an admission that he took it. So at this point, I don't have any response from him. So it's not an admission. But you would think if somebody accused you of something you didn't do that you would want to, defend yourself. But he ain't said nothing. So no answer is also an answer. And so if he don't want to answer me, he can answer to the judge about whether he took it or not. And so I think he may be trying to figure some way out, like maybe trying to think what kind of proof do she got, because I just said I got proof, which is not a lie. I don't have proof of him walking out, but I do have proof. Um, you know, that of when it disappeared, and he was the only body. And the reality is, I'm not trying to send him to jail for $300, but you took my stuff, bring it back. My neighbor was like, the Puerto Rican that be would have went and knocked on that door. I'm like, I'm not gonna say I'm not confrontational. I'm not. I'm very confrontational. Like if you want this smoke, you can come get it. But I'm not really one to like start a fight or whatever. I'm, I can always buy another sprayer. I can always buy another agitator. So it's inconvenient and it's money that I don't, that I could use in a different way. But the fact of the matter is, Clearly you were desperate. Clearly you needed it for something. And I'm not gonna say you needed it more than I needed it, but if you needed it for a job, as my neighbor, you could have asked to borrow. If you needed it to maybe get some money so that you could finish this job, which was worth more, you would have did better saying, listen, I want to finish your job, but I didn't get your materials. In order to finish the job, I gotta buy some materials and I just don't have the money. We had this bill to pay, whatever, whatever, whatever. The kindness in my heart may have, I can't say what I would have done because I would have, considering how I was feeling about the kind of work he was doing. But I feel like if he was doing good work and he said something like that to me, because I understand that, you're just trying to make some money for your family or whatever. At that point, I may have just went with you to Home Depot to actually buy the materials so you could finish the work. Um, and what you've been given thus far will be counted towards your labor, given that what he was given was less than what he had told me for the labor. So, at the end of the day, the job was worth more than what he stole, which is what makes it so dumb. So I don't know, but maybe he just don't think well. He panicked, and I don't know what goes through the minds of criminals. But this situation is the definition of a heinous crime. Definition. Yeah, he abandoned the contract, obvious breach, funds you fronted for materials, quote, to complete the repair for the space, lost wages, leaving the space in disrepair with the stress of a hurricane. Yes, he left my gutter down. I had to go back there and pick my gutter up. I'm so glad that I was like, I had to pick my gutter up with the hurricane coming. We got another one. Or actually, yeah, we got another one that might, well, no, that one's supposed to stay out to sea, but they weren't sure. So it was possible that we had another one coming that could have threatened us. But it looks like that one's gonna stay out. But it's just like you left here, you didn't know when you was coming back, and you left my gutter down. And it's Florida, it rains all the time. So that water would have ended up right there on the building. Like, yeah, there's an underlayment there, but you didn't even do that right. So it's just, I don't know. I'm sick and tired of cleaning up other people's stuff. Like, you left all this trash in my yard. My yard's not usable. There's nails sticking out of this garbage everywhere. Somebody could get hurt. My son could run and trip and fall on one of these nails or something. You left, you really left the house in a bad spot. And maybe you think, oh well, she got it. She ain't gonna waste her time on a little $1,400. Oh no, I will waste my time for a little $1,400. I absolutely will, because I work hard for my money. Okay. I work hard for it, honey. Okay. So, I don't know what you're doing. You just around here looking to get what you can get from people to do what you can do. Cause I was thinking like maybe rent was due or something, and it was the end of the month, and that was the bill that needed to be paid or something like that. But then to find out today they're not even paying rent to live there. Cause she was like, "Oh nope, I would litter everybody's house," and I was just like, "No, no, 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 no. I need them to not be spooked, so they can get served, and then I'm happy to put out all the paperwork on these people, because it's just not cool. But just beware, like, as women, right? Especially like if you're a single mom and stuff like that. A lot of these, handymen, contractors too, they see us coming. They see a woman, they think she don't know nothing, ain't no man around to be on their neck, and they look to take advantage of that situation. Now, the thing about it here is I was just busy, and I just really needed the work done. And it would have been done had any of the previous people who had done work for me, or I knew did work for other people who came referred, would have actually made good on any of it. it's unfortunate. I wish I'd have reached out to the first guy who gave me the first estimate when he called me. I wish I could have grabbed his call when he called me, but I don't know what was going on. I think I was probably overwhelmed with work or something, and I just didn't get it. And then the timer just got off, and he was probably on another job. But again, I saw him come back to the house across the street, and he saw me. And at that point, you had already ghosted me. So now I'm not asking you if you want to do nothing for me because like I'm good on it. So we'll work it out with Angie's list as best we can. So just if any of y'all don't know, like Angie's list has it where like other companies can come bid on your job, but they also have for certain jobs where you can basically answer a few questions or whatever, and you give them a date and they will send somebody to your house to just do the job. Like you're not picking, they'll they'll have like a price for the service, and then they ask you if you already have the materials, if you will buy the materials before they get there, or if you need help buying the materials. So I said I needed help buying the materials. They estimated the siding repair based on like a number of boards, and I think the number of boards amounted to a certain amount of time. So, like I said, I'm basically paying for like 4.5 hours of this guy's time because if you're just doing the wood repair, all you doing is like ripping down, and they already know they got to rip down the old stuff, but you're basically just ripping down the old wood. I do need like maybe some insulation, some caulking or whatever, but at the end of the day, I can do the caulking. I just need you to put my water barrier back. Go buy this lumber, cut it to size, put it up there. And to be honest, it's not the whole wall. Like I said, the room is 200 square feet. It's three walls, and half the walls are windows. You just got to handle the stuff under the windows. That's it. And really the repair is only on two walls. It's not even on three walls. So, but now this dude has come and he's like removed all the trim from the windows in preparation from the stucco. So there's a lot that's like not there. And like I said, I have cutting materials and all of that. I can go and buy the little wood and cut that to size if necessary, and then paint it like myself, and then use some caulking or whatever. But I just want him to put in whatever flashing, whatever water barrier, whatever he's gonna put like behind it, and just cut that board up. Like I probably could have handled it, but I don't want to be working with those kinds of tools with this one running around. Did he fall asleep? Can y'all see him? Yeah, his eyes are closed. I didn't want to be doing that with this one running around and or him in the front, right? And I'm trying to concentrate on these sharp tools outside, or I'm not looking and he gets a hold of something, that's plugged up. And like, can you just imagine how bad that would just be? And so I need to feel like I can focus on it, and so I would probably need to take some time off to just do it. But I don't, that's not what I want to do with my time off. Let's see. And part of me wants to go to his house and be his wife recommended him for the job. You know what? I feel like she in cahoots with the whole situation, because what I didn't mention is before I left to go pick up baby G, she was in the backyard. Right. And so what he said in his text message was that she had come over to check on the progress of the job because she got this bill she want to pay. Like she's really on my back and blah 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 blah. So so what? She on your back. Do the work. Like you were only here 2 days this week. You didn't come on Monday because you was at the store shopping. You didn't show up on Tuesday like you said you were coming. You showed up on Wednesday. You did next to no work, and then you mucked around with this cheaper job on Wednesday night. You didn't show up on Thursday at all, and then you showed up on Friday, basically trying to do some quick work, like you were gonna get away with that. Like, oh, she's gonna be too busy to come out here and see, but you ain't even get that work done real good. And then you, and then you stole. So it's just like, I did catch them leaving. I was going through my Ring camera because that Friday when I left to get baby G, they came out from the side yard behind me coming out the house. So my Ring camera did catch the two of them walking, but I looked at them. Neither one of them were carrying anything. So I don't believe he took anything at that point. I think he took the stuff when he came back. And then he escaped into the darkness in the side yard while I was home. So and if I had my little side camera, that would have caught him carrying the stuff away. Thanks for the recap, sorry. All right, let's just see. That's the thing. The decision to be a thief instead of communicate shortcomings is the issue. Yeah, so it's like you don't even know how I would have reacted if like if the issue was that you didn't have any money left to buy materials. Yeah, I'm looking at you funny because you had plenty of money to buy materials. You had already trumped up the materials. So you had plenty of money. And I think that's what he was trying to get. He was trying to get another $700 so he could buy stuff, you know, and maybe a little bit of extra, so he could come and finish this job. But at the end of the day, he was going to have to display a receipt. And receipts have dates on them. So if your receipt show up when it comes time to pay for this finished job and you ain't buy the materials, until I was gonna find out anyway. So I mean, what? But I guess it wouldn't have mattered because I would have given him the extra money. He finished the job. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? So I don't know. A lot of it is just dumb. There was some, I don't want to say naivete on my part. I think I was just desperate to get somebody to work on it. Um, could I have done better due diligence in hiring the dude? I could have. So some might say I brought some of it on myself. But it's word to the wise is sufficient, as my middle school math teacher would say. The peoples is out here. The peoples is out here to get you, and you be mindful that even the people that you paying to do work for you, they looking at what you got too, so they can come and take something. So that's like the biggest thing I got going on here. And it's like I always was like when I tell y'all, when the devil comes for me, the devil always comes for my pocket. My financial security is the one thing that I feel the most insecure about. Because if I ever get in trouble money wise, I have nobody who can bail me out. Nobody at all. So that is the one thing that the devil seems to come for me. It's always my pocket, always my pocket. And so this ain't no, exception. Because let me tell y'all, in addition to this is just like the most recent situation. I had to fight to get my money from the fertility clinic. Okay. So if I remind y'all, back in November of last year when I was doing my egg retrievals, I told y'all that they wanted $4,400 for the the biopsy, right? So I didn't know if I was going to do PGT testing, right? But I went in March of last year telling them that I would only do PGT testing if I had 3 embryos, right? So I'm like, okay. So November came around, I paid the 44 up front, okay? And mind you, the 4,400 is just for them to biopsy to do PGT testing. I still would have had to pay the laboratory to test the embryos. So that would have been on top of the 4,400. Now, when I did this in 2018, the biopsy at the same clinic was only $2,500 per cycle. Now it's 44. To be honest, I think if I were a cash customer, it maybe would have been 3,000. I don't think it would have been 4,400. I think because I'm an insurance paid patient, that they trumped up that biopsy cost to 4,400, because they don't make no real money off the procedures because that's all insurance paid. So real money gets made off of that biopsy. And so 4,400 is too much. Like, I know that there are women out there that will pay for PGT testing for one embryo. That's not my cha-cha, okay? That's not my cha-cha at all, because for one embryo, I'd rather just go ahead and transfer that, and let's see what happens. So um instead of paying all that money for PGT, I'd rather take my chances on it. But some people feel different. Maybe they've maybe had a loss before or something, and they're trying to avoid that again. So I totally get it, to each their own. But for me personally, I said, nope, it's got to be worth it to me. So I had always said from the get that I needed three embryos. I needed three in order for me to do the PGT testing. So at the end of that first cycle, I did have three that were frozen. However, one of them was such poor quality, and I talked to the head of embryology, and he basically was like, I mean, I could freeze this other one, but I don't really believe it'll do anything. And I said, so what you're telling me is I only have two embryos? And he said, yeah. I said, well, then no biopsy. So he said, well, you know, since you're doing another egg retrieval, a back to back egg retrieval, I can ask the owner uh, if they're willing to like give you a twofer. Like, you paid it 4,400 now. We biopsy these three now, and then we'll biopsy whatever you have in the next cycle. And I said, well, you can go ahead and ask. I already knew he was going to say no because, again, insurance paid patient. He ain't making no money off of me. And so, knowing that I was going to do two, it would have been what, 4,400 for November, and then another 4,400 in December. That's $8,800 for what? For what I already know, right? I've been down this road. So he came back, said the owner, which is one of the other doctors. He wasn't my doctor, but because there were only two REs in that clinic, and so he basically said no. And I said, oh well, we'll hold on to the money. Maybe I'll do better next cycle. So December cycle comes around. I get my eggs retrieved, and since the first cycle went to day 6 as far as development, um, the so what happened was I didn't get as many eggs out as my estrogen was saying, right? I got 8 eggs out. Of those 8, only 5 matured, right? But all 5 of those mature, they all fertilized. So the RE was like super excited, and he sent me a text before the nurse even got a chance to call me with the actual fertilization report. So I'm like, okay. But when the nurse called me, I was like, oh, well, Dr. So he already spilled the beans, this is that and the other. And she said, yeah, I know. He was like super excited, this is that and the other. So when she said, but I'm going to tell you though, we had a meeting. And in that meeting, there was talk about not giving you an update until day 6. And if you had 3 embryos at day 6, they were just going to go ahead and biopsy them. So I personally didn't like that, right? I think I mentioned all of this in my Instagram messages about the cycle. But I personally didn't like that because I felt like this was an attempt to hold on to my $4,400, and they were trying to take the decision about PGT testing from me. And um, in my mind, which I didn't say it out loud, but I definitely thought it. And I said, I would rather only have two embryos, right? So that they don't get to make that decision. Like it's out of their hands at that point. And that's exactly what happened. We got to day 3 and I only had I only had 3 embryos going on day 3, and I knew I always have something that drops off in day 4, and so that one dropped off day 4, and then day 5 I only had the 2 going, and then day 6 I had 2 basically perfect, near perfect embryos. And I will say in that cycle, they asked me 5 different times if I was sure that I didn't want to PGT test them, including on the day 6 call where they called me first thing in the morning. And I said no. And then even, offered as an option for me to thaw the 3 from the last cycle. And I was just like, we don't even need to go there. We already know that's a bad idea. Like I don't even know why you offering it as an option. We all on this call know that that's a bad idea at my age to thaw those embryos and try to biopsy them and then freeze them again. So there was just no biopsy. So that was December, right? Now we talking is April. Well, I didn't mind them holding on to the 4,400 because I knew that my transfer would not be until the next year. My insurance would not pay anything until I hit my deductible of $3,000. So the transfer would essentially be on my dime until I got to that $3,000. So I want to say I had to have a water sino done, and I had that done in February. After I had the water sino done, when I was leaving, when I was checking out, the lady said, "Okay, you have a balance for today of 250 or something dollars." And I said, "Well, I have a credit on my account." And so she says, "Oh, you do?" And then she goes looking around. She said, "I don't see a credit here." And I'm up here like, "Oh, well, somebody better find my credit." Like, right? And so, like, I don't know what that's about. And she was like, "Oh, well, we're in the process of switching financial systems. And I don't really see it on this other system either." And I said, "I don't mind paying for today, but somebody better figure out that credit." And she says, "Oh, no, don't worry. I'm sure, it's in there, whatever." So I paid for that day. So I came back again in April to follow up with the doctor to talk about the transfer cycle. Now, I already knew I needed to get medical clearance and all this other kind of stuff. But from the MFM, I told them that I needed a referral to my MFM because their office only works on referrals. And so I gave them all the information to do that. So while I was there in April, the RE told me that he was not going to I think we knew I wasn't going to be trying to do a transfer in April from February because I was on vacation. And even though I didn't go anywhere, I was on the other side of town. And this clinic is already an hour from where I live. And I was like 45 minutes in the opposite direction. Um, and I wasn't going to be doing that traveling while I'm on vacation. So April was out. The next opportunity for me to do the transfer was going to be June. So when I was there in April, I was, going over what would be the transfer protocol with the doctor. And he was telling me that he was taking a teaching opportunity and he wouldn't be there. So by the time I came back in June, he would not be there. It would just be the other doctor. So I was just like, oh, okay, sure. So, but I still needed the medical clearances. So I didn't have the medical clearances for June. It was so they when I left there, I think they told me they wanted to know my cycle day 1. Yeah, he's sleep. He didn't have a nap, so he tends to go to bed early, and neither one of us had dinner. So, but that the bath usually puts him to sleep. I usually wouldn't have given him a bath so early, but I knew I wanted to braid this hair, and I knew I wanted to do this live, and I didn't want to do it super late. So yeah, so so I told them when my cycle day one was, but nobody replied to me on the cycle day one. And so in fact what I got, instead of somebody replying, I got like almost like an automated notice that my embryos were going to be sent to offsite storage. And I was like, oh, well, that don't sound like I'm about to have a transfer in June. So, again, nobody got back to me, whatever, whatever. And then now my embryos were being sent off site, which I had to pay for that offsite storage. So now that my embryos are off site, clearly I'm not doing the transfer in uh June. Thanks, Miss Lex. Clearly I'm not doing the transfer in June. So I sent a message asking for them to refund my 4,400. Okay. So no, so what I got, because I sent the email to the front office. What I got that day was that the front office was forwarding that to the finance lady, and that she would get back to me with, I'm sorry, baby. She would get back to me with what the credit would be, and then let me know. So I was like, okay, cool. Well, weeks went by. I never heard from the lady. So I sent a message directly to the lady through the portal. That message went unresponded to. And I was just like, okay. So then I went back to the original email saying I had even messaged her on the portal. Nobody responded. You know, I'm still waiting to hear. And this now we going on like a month since I had originally requested. In the meantime, um, I think one of the nurses was trying to get me to make an appointment with the owner doctor. He's the only doctor that's left there now to establish with him. And I'm just thinking, you want me to come spend more money with y'all and I can't even get a response on the money y'all owe me? Like, let's talk about my refund first before I schedule any appointments. Because at the end of the day, my I still don't have my medical clearances. But herein lies the problem. I need medical clearance from my endocrinologist, and I need medical clearance from my MFM. I'm sorry, baby. Braid might be a little tight. I know it's okay. So the issue I'm having now that it's June. Oh, okay, hold on. I caught this tripod with my foot. I'm trying to keep it from falling over. Child. I have to catch it with my foot. Y'all have no idea. Because he straight kicked it. Come on. Okay, calm down, child. Let me see if let's get this back over here. And press this. Man, okay, calm down. I know. I know. 'Cause I'm like, I'm glad I got long legs, man, because he straight kicked the trap out and I grabbed it with what I could. But I kept it from falling over. So yeah, me. Um, yeah, so when I because I had not heard, because I told them in April. I'm sorry. I'm not even braiding that tight, babe, but sorry. I told them in April that I needed the referral. And so they were supposed to be sending a referral over. So now it's June. I've not heard from the MFM office regarding the appointment. So I called the MFM office back to see if they had the referral on file, which they confirmed to me that they had no referral. So yeah, they confirmed to me that they had no referral. And so I needed to message them about that referral again. But then she said, oh, by the way, we don't do these appointments very often. And there's currently a waiting list for this kind of appointment that's at least 6 months. And I was like, you're kidding me. And all I could think was that, and I lost 2 months on that because they didn't send the referral in April like I told them to. So I'm already pissed about that. And now I'm asking you to send my referral that you 2 months late on. And now I'm asking you to return my money. And then it took you a month to even respond to me about my refund. But meanwhile, you want me to come spend more money with you. And so I basically ignored that message like, oh, I think you need to make an appointment and establish with this doctor. And I'm just thinking, for what? He's still gonna want that medical clearance, is he not? So, you know, hey Ray. So, he's still gonna want that medical clearance. So what am I coming in here? And it's not like I didn't see him during my other procedures. Like he performed my second egg retrieval. He's been involved in my monitoring. He came in during the water sonogram. Like, my file is there. What exactly do I need to establish with this other doctor? He's been involved in a way, right? He's been involved. Like, what am I establishing with him except for him to change the other doctor's protocol? Which it really ain't even his protocol. He left it up to me. I already have a winning protocol that we can just use. We don't, really need to do anything different. We know something that works. So I don't know, but let's see about my refund. And so it got to the point where I basically had to email them and basically say, like, I'm still waiting on a response for this. I sent my initial request like June 5th. It's July, almost August, and I have not heard anything from anyone regarding it. And I would hate to have to escalate this to a legal matter, but the lack of response that I'm getting from y'all is really making me nervous. And so I sent that message via email, and I got a call not from the finance lady but from the nurse. And I think, this was on a Friday. They tend to close early on Friday. I don't even think the finance is there on Friday, but I think they were probably um afraid to not respond to me on that day. And so the nurse was saying, oh, well, we don't generally do refunds until insurance has made their payment. And I said, well, what does this have to do with insurance? Because this was for the biopsy. Y'all don't run that by insurance. I paid that outright. So what? So and she was like, but what I was trying to say is we're willing to make an exception for you and send you out a check for your money. Okay. Just checking. Cause I'm like, well, what? So the mention of lawsuit makes people ready to move. Absolutely. Like, so y'all just been sitting over there ignoring me? Because I'm just like, why? It's been over 6 months. You've had my money for over 6 months. You got it in November. It's now July. Why has this money not been returned back to me? Why do I have to chase y'all down for this? It don't make no sense. And then to tell me, oh, we don't issue refunds until insurance has made their payment. If that was the case, you should have replied back to me immediately and said that. But that ain't what nobody did. You said nothing back to me about the refund. So I don't even think it had anything to do with insurance. And to be quite honest, I'm just thinking like the only thing I can think of is that they ain't got it to give it back. That's the only thing I can think of is y'all don't have it Y'all don't have it to give it back. I thought I clicked this rain. There we go. So I'm just, you know, I'm just like, why I gotta fight people for my money all the time? Always gotta fight people for my money, and oh, I got another story for y'all too. This year has just been chock full of all kinds of stuff. So so it anyway. At the end of the day, they sent that money back to my credit card. Not that Friday. I think they issued it back the following Monday or Tuesday, or something like that. But I did get it. So, because I'm like, I got stuff I got to do around my house. I need that money. And you know that money sitting around paying y'all interest. You know, and it don't belong to you. I know, baby. I'm sorry. Your head must be a little tender right here. So, okay. Okay. Yeah, I know. Calm down. I still got this other front quarter. You need to move your feet, sir. Let's see up under this tripod again. 2023 is moving fast. I'm telling you. So, yes, yes, yes. So, I'm just like, man, just another fight for my money. But I did get that one. So now I got another thing. I got another thing for y'all that happened this year. All of this is like going on at the same time. So this stuff was happening July, well, no, August. Well, this stuff with the siding has just been going on since June, July, um, August is now September. I'm still dealing with the siding. All right. The stuff with the fertility clinic, it was all June, July, almost August before I got that money back. And then April. So now I'm gonna tell y'all something that's been going on since April. So April, I took a staycation, stayed in a resort on the other side of town. And then I didn't get a chance because this was my vacation right before my birthday. And so I didn't get a chance to see my hairdresser. My hair was looking a mess. And so I said, okay, I'm gonna find a hair store on this side of town, which that's the west side. That's, where all the melanated folks live. So it wasn't hard to find me a hair store nearby. And so I bought some hair to throw some braids in my hair real quick. So I was up all night. Well, I think it took a couple of days, but I was up all night installing the braids. And then I think I don't know if we went to a resort that day, or not a resort, to like one of the parks or something that day, or if we just hung out in the pool. I can't remember. But um when I went to bed and woke up the next morning, there was black dye all over the pillowcases. And I was like, what in the world? Right. So the hair was an ombre, right? So it was black at the root and like red, like burgundy, kind of almost like this color, if y'all can even see it on the tips, but only the black dye was running. So that was like the first night. Then the second night, black dye still running. Third night, black dye still running. I was like, man, this hair is like crazy. So I had more hair. I used like less than half the pack of the hair that I bought. And we talking about free tress hair. So I know free tress is like cheap, but free tress has been around for a while, right? So I I was just like, man. So I started, wearing my bonnet that was helping to keep the dye from getting on like the pillowcases. I was like so embarrassed about the resort because them pillowcases are white and this is like black dye on the pillowcases, on the sheets, just making me look bad. Okay. So even even baby G, oh, Lord, I done braided a braid into a braid. Goodness me. That's what I get for braiding blind. So even baby G was like looking at the pillowcases going, it's dirty, it's dirty. So I come home and we talking, it's like over a week now. The dye is still leaching from the hair every single day. And I was just like, at first it was like, all right, I'll live with this a little bit to use the rest of the hair. I just know I need to wash it first. But I'm like, I've never had this happen with any braid hair in all of my life, right? So I'm like, this is like weird. And so we get around to like maybe 3 weeks of this hair being in my head. And I said, oh no, this hair has got to come out. It's still leaching every single day. Like if I forgot to go to bed with my bonnet, it would just be all over my pillowcases. So now we talking about my pillowcases, not some hotel's pillowcases. I had just bought this furniture in February. It's now April. I sit on this. I work. This is the seat I sit in to work every day. There was dye on the headrest, and I was just like, my furniture, and I couldn't even use like the soap they give you. I couldn't. It wasn't even coming off with that. I would say it faded a little, but it wasn't like coming off. And I was like, I do not know what this is. I've never had this happen. It was only the black, not any of the burgundy. So I just at that point I was just like, okay, my pillowcases, my pillows, like it leaked through the pillowcases to my pillows, and now my brand new furniture, like this is kind of mad. So I sent, I contacted the company that manufactures the hair and submitted a complaint about their product because I'm like, if this hair is doing that, this just must be a bad lot or something. So I contacted them. They did say you needed to have your original receipt, which I didn't have. I mentioned that I didn't have the original receipt, that I believe the hair cost like $10 or something like that. But I had pictures of my damages, right? So my pillowcases, I had a couple of shirts that had the black dye on it. The my couch, like the stain that was on my couch. I'm trying to think anything else. Oh, I took pictures of the hair, the UPC codes, like what kind of hair it was, all of that. Anything that they could use to identify like the lot number, all of that of the hair. So I wasn't expecting a whole lot to come out of it, right? So I'm just minding my business, and I got an email or a phone call. I can't remember which one came first. But basically, this lady started contacting me saying, we're sorry you're having this experience with the hair. This is that and the other. Can you tell me a little bit more about what's happening? And so I'm explaining it, and she's just like, oh, wow. Can you send us the hair? And I said, the unused hair or the hair that's in my head? And she said, well, when do you plan to take the hair out your head? I said, I'm taking this out like in a few days. And she said, yeah, we'll send it off. And so I already had the hair that I didn't use. I had, I guess, something to put the hair that I pulled out of my hair. Like my hands were black when I took that hair out, right? I didn't have that problem when I put the hair in. There was no dye on my hands when I put the hair in. So I don't know if maybe the dye was leaching, but I was rubbing it off on the red hair as I was braiding it down. I don't know. But my hands were absolutely black in returning when I took the hair out. And I was just like, this is crazy. I wish I'd have took pictures of how black my hands was, but I didn't even think to do that. So I sent all the hair back. They sent me a label, sent that back. So I sent that back right before we went to Paris. And so we went to Paris first week of May. So when I came back from Paris, I thought she would have had a response from me. I didn't hear, the lady hadn't returned any response. So I waited like maybe another week or two, and then I emailed her and said, "Did you get anything back from quality control?" And so she called me and she said, "It's really odd that we have not heard from quality control yet. But I had a talk with my manager, and we feel like this is really unfortunate, and that we do owe you something on your damages. Um, can you put together a list of your damages for us to pay for? I'm like, well, I don't, I wasn't really trying to like give them anything because I wasn't really expecting anything because I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. And then she said, okay, well, let's start. You said your pillowcases. So what your pillowcases cost like what, like $30? I was just like, I don't know. She was like, you said your pillowcases. I said, well, it's on the pillows too. And she said, well, no, because what she said is she said, your pillows you said were purple, as in the purple brand, because I have a purple mattress. And she said, I know those have to be expensive. Sheets came from Purple. I know those have to be expensive. And I was like, okay, I think I have my receipts from what I paid. I don't remember what I paid for the pillows, but the pillows are definitely purple as well. And it's not just the pillowcase, but it went on to the cover for the pillows that I have. And while I can wash it, it wasn't washing out. And you can't buy those covers by themselves. You just have to buy brand new pillows. So turns out that they sell those pillows for $150 each. Okay. And she said, child, I would have had a laundry list of expenses. I know, but I wasn't expecting them to do this, right? This I wasn't expecting at all. And so I'm like, I didn't realize they sell those pillows for 150 each. I got them for about $50 each when I bought the mattress, right? The sheets were not my purple sheets. These were just like Target jersey knit, pillowcases that I could replace for like $13. Um, not the mattress. I don't think they would have did that, but my couch was like 900 something dollars. Okay. And the couch is like a 3-seater. The damage was really just on this seat. So I figured they would break that $900 down to like a third or something like that. But then she did say, like, I put together a list. It was like a little over $1,000. And so that's what they came back for, trying to what she said they were prepared to request, like, I don't know, it was like $1,100, something like that, um for it. This is too much, too much, I know. And so I was just like, oh wow, like they're willing to, like, for $10 hair, and this, 4 weeks of me dealing with the dye leaching, like, embarrassingly, like, I had to tell my acupuncturist, I said, listen, this dye in my hair has been leaching. I don't want to mess up y'all sheets here. So can you get some of that, like, paper or whatever to protect the sheets? Because I'm going to lay here and the dye is going to come out of my head. And so she didn't get any paper, but she got a towel. And sure enough, there were 3 streaks of black on that towel when I got up from the table. So embarrassing, right? So it's not even just the damages, but it's the embarrassing nature that I can't lay my head on anything without leaving dye on it. So it was just so super crazy. And now I'm like worried about, like is this lesion, this getting into my skin? Like what is this? And so, and I said it was just funny that it's only the black dye. Like the red dye is not leaching at all. So something is going on with the black dye that's here. Now, when she came back and said they hadn't heard from quality control and they usually don't take this long, but we still think we're responsible for your damages. Can you put together a list? And I was just like, but you don't even know what it is. And if it's really your fault, you just assuming it's your fault and you ain't heard from quality control yet. Like, that started sounding a little fishy to me. And so I was just like, okay. And then what she said is, she said, well, all right, we prepared to write you a check for 1,100 and whatever dollars. But she said, but I'll tell you right now, they'll probably want to make an offer to come and clean your couch instead of paying for the couch. She said, I can't imagine walking around just marking everything out of taking them out in traffic. I know it was bad, but my hair up under there, girl, I couldn't walk around with my hair like that. I needed to be prepared to put something else back in it before I could take that out. And so I replaced that hair with something else because at this point I'm perfectly fine with never buying free trust ever again, right? And when I looked into it, like Free Trust is actually like a smaller company. The parent company owns like 6 or 7 different hair brands, right? So it's not like this is some rinky dink company selling hair. So I'm just like I don't know what's going on here, but this can't be the only pack of hair that's having this trouble. They need to tell somebody, do something. I don't know, but I'm reporting this. And so this lady was just like all up on it. So she's like, we're prepared to make the request. I don't know if they'll approve it. They'll probably want to just clean your couch instead of paying for it, whatever, whatever. And I was like, okay. But then she said, well, before I can submit the request for your check, I need you to sign this waiver. I'm like, okay. So she sends me this waiver. This thing is a flat out like legal document. Basically, it's like this is a settlement. You can't talk about how much we settled for. You can't write no bad reviews nowhere. You can't sue nobody after this. I'm like, whoa. Like it's like a 1 page thing. And I was just like, okay, this is a little bit much. I don't know what they didn't expose me to because clearly this ain't the regular dye that they supposed to put in this hair. You done exposed me to this. I have no idea what it is. So I said, I just wrote back and I said, now that I've read the waiver, because she was too quick, like, oh, did you get the waiver? Are you going to sign it? Blah, 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 blah. And I said, after reading the waiver, I think I want to wait for the quality control report to come back because I'm concerned about what I was exposed to. And so she said, okay, I understand. I said, just let me know when it comes back. Some more weeks go by, right? And then I had to reach out to her again. I want to say maybe another 3, 4 weeks went by. I reached out to her again. The quality control ever come back with that report? And she said, oh, I don't know. Let me check. This is that and the other. And then she comes back with a statement from quality control, not a report, but or like almost like they wrote an email and she copied and pasted it to me, basically saying, um, we apologize for the issue you having with the hair. We're totally responsible. We reached out to our manufacturers and found out that the dye that was used on the hair was not hair dye. It turned out to be dye that is used in like furniture or clothing or something like baby's clothing or whatever. Basically, clothing dye is basically what they're trying to say that it was. And we apologize. It's totally our fault. Whatever, whatever. Additional admissions on what have you. And so I'm like, okay, if it's clothing dye, maybe it's not going to give me cancer. I don't know. Right? Everything gives you cancer these days, right? And it's just like I still don't know what it is. They didn't say what kind of dye it was. They didn't say what kind of ingredients was in the dye. They just said it's often used in clothing. But clothing is not on my head in liquid form while I'm scratching my scalp, perhaps creating lacerations and this stuff seeping into my bloodstream, right? So I don't know what to do here at this point. So I have prepaid legal. So I said, let me put my prepaid legal to work because also the waiver was reading like this is like a nominal amount. Like maybe they could change their mind. Like I said, like they wanted, like if they wanted to make the offer to clean my couch, they could say, oh, we'll come and clean your couch. If we can get the couch cleaned, they'll lower that amount, right? Instead of handing me the check. But meanwhile, I done signed this waiver that says I'm not going to sue. I can't write a bad review. I can't do nothing. But you change your mind and all of a sudden hand me a check for $20 or something. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted some reassurance that if I sign that waiver, they can't change their mind to a different amount. And so I had the guy look it over. I'm not so sure. He looked it over. The verbiage seemed very iffy to me about whether they could lower the amount or not. He basically said the way it was written up, they can't give me anything lower than that. And so, but he was asking me like, well, why would you want to put your life at risk for $1,000? And I'm like, I'm not that hard up for $1,000, but I just want some kind of reassurance that, if it's not something that's gonna make me sick down the line or whatever, then by all means pay for my damages. But I also want to make sure that I'm not gonna get sick down the line and end up in the hospital. I got a young kid, and all of that. And so he is just like, oh well, if you feel okay with it, then it's okay to sign. That still wasn't enough for me. So I never told them that I consulted a lawyer on like the little waiver or whatever. But I emailed her back and said, I need to know what kind of dye or the ingredients in this dye. Like I need more information because, I'm, concerned. And so she goes, okay, I understand. Let me see what I can get. Because I asked for the quality control report. I didn't get the report, right? And so she came back, and I want to say this email was maybe a few weeks ago that she responded to me with the most recent email. I want to say it was a few weeks ago. Uh, Let me see when this last email, because all of this is just going on at the same time, y'all. Let me see. Oh, here we go. She sent this. Is this the same chain? I don't even know. Is this the same chain? I think it is. Oh yeah. So August 20th, that's when this message came. Dear Tamika, hope this email finds you well. Because I said okay. I hit him with my elbow. On July, on July 18th, I said I need a bit more information from QC. I would like to have the ingredient list for this dye as it was not hair dye. On the 24th, she said, I apologize for the delayed response. I was away during this period. Please give me a few days to fulfill your request. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience. That was July 24th. And then August 20th, she finally got back to me and she said, Dear Tamika, hope this email finds you well. Our QC department confirmed with our manufacturer that they have no knowledge of any tests showing risk to human health. Based on your concerns, we would like to tender you the payment for the full amount of your damages without having you sign a waiver or release. Once again, we apologize for the inconvenience you experienced with our product. Quite honestly, I'm now even more concerned, right? Because I asked for the ingredients list. You ain't giving it to me. What you telling me is the manufacturer said, according to them, they don't know of any tests that this will cause any harm. What that mean? According to them, where's your manufacturer? What country are they in? Okay, are they over here in the States where the FDA is looking at this stuff? If this was California, would you even be able to sell this hair in California, considering all the notices you would have to put on the stuff based on what it's made with? And they manufactured this hair with something that y'all didn't even know. You know what? So now I'm even more concerned. Now I didn't even respond to that message. That was August 20th. It's now September 10th. I didn't respond. I just been looking in my mail for a check because now they don't want me to sign a waiver. But what I also know is a lot of times the waiver comes with the check. Like your endorsement of this check is in acknowledgement of yada, 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 yada. Right. So the fact that they're like now saying, oh, you don't have to sign a waiver now doesn't really make me feel any better. The fact that you don't want to tell me what was in this hair says it's something bigger here. So I'm just waiting for the check to see if that comes, with this letter endorsement of this check is an acknowledgement of blah 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 blah. Because now we got a bigger problem, and the reality here is that they tell me what's in it, and I look this stuff up. I'm sure it's going to be a problem, right? And they don't want that. That's number one. Number two, they also don't want, and I'm sure this is why they wanted me to sign this waiver saying I wouldn't like make any bad reviews or whatever, because they don't need the word getting out real big, because now you got this huge recall, and then you got people looking into it. People come out the woodwork seeking damages or whatever, and it makes the whole company like look bad. So I said, well, I still got social media. I could make a whole, separate like video on this situation, um, just to warn the people out there, or to see if there were any other people who had this situation with the hair. But I'm telling you, okay, babe, but I need you to lay this way. I decided to put way too many braids in his head. Usually I make way bigger braids, but the smaller the braids, the longer they can sit in his head. I can maybe go 2 weeks. Come on, babe. Turn this way. I know you're sheepy. I know. Come on, lay this way. Come on. So, no. Hey. So, child, I'm telling you. You don't want me messing with your hair. I know you're tired now. He usually gives me about an hour. If I can't get it done in an hour, this is what I get. But he fought with me earlier. But anyway, yeah, man. So yeah, I'm perfectly fine with like never purchasing hair from any of the brands, but that this company has. But anyway, I ain't seen the money yet. I didn't say okay. If they were just gonna send the check, they would have just sent the check. So I've been picking up my mail. I ain't seen no check yet. So we'll just have to see how that pans out. I'll let y'all know. But come on. Tallahassee. Tallahassee's in the Panhandle, so that's probably two maybe. Come here. That's two maybe 3 hours. Come on, let me get this out there. You're gonna hurt yourself. Listen, your hair is knotted around this. I need you to calm down. I want you. You're gonna hurt yourself, boy. So calm down. I want you. I want you. Calm down, sir. I might have to finish it tomorrow morning. Calm down. Come on, let's get some sleep. All right, go back to sleep. All right, I probably got to finish it in the morning. No. Yeah. He a little tuckered out. I was doing some yard work today. He got to run around. Plus he didn't have a nap. But like I said, it was a little rough in the bathtub trying to detangle this. All these curls. But I have just been so busy, so everywhere and everything that I don't know. I always tell the sitter, if you want to know what's going on with me, peep his hair. Story is told with his hair. If I'm just putting it up in a little, man bun or whatever, then I'm not getting enough sleep. I'm working too much and all of that. Um, yeah, my son applied for FAMU, but I'm so iffy about Florida. I have a lot of friends who went to FAMU. They got great educations. So I know, I mean, I can't say whether it's a party school or not. I don't know. But it is an esteemed HBCU. So I don't think he's in a bad place. Florida in general, with our governor, but hopefully our governor won't be our governor since he's trying to run for president. So he won't be our governor for much longer. I don't know who is going to be replaced with. I don't see how he's governing anything if he's on the campaign trail, to be honest. But yeah, but the one thing that you could be worried about would be hurricanes because while he's down here in the panhandle because I'm not even touching you. Okay, excuse your gas that you're passing.
Yes.
You say, excuse me, I pass gas?
No, that was my gas.
Okay, you just irritable. It's okay. All right, come on, just lay down. Why you cry? Just lay down. Don't act like a baby. You're a big boy. You're not a baby. You gotta go potty. You need to go potty. No, yes or no. Use your words. This boy got an attitude. He had a bad report from the sitter. He told the he know I'm talking about him. He know I'm talking about him. He don't want me to say. He had a bad report from the sitter last week on Thursday. He told the sitter and her daughter, who is another adult, to shut up. Not very nice. She's got two new babies that she's watching. He was snatching toys from them. Also, not very nice. So he wanted to go to the park. We did not go to the park. We have to have good reports from the sitter. FAMU 4 hours. You think it's 4 hours? 4 hours from Orlando. I follow up. I want my check. Well, see, you know what? I think that's what they're banking on. They offer people a whole bunch of money, be like, here, sign this waiver. People like, shoot, I paid $10 for the hair. They sent me a $500 check or $200 check or whatever. Let me get my check. They sign the waiver and keep it moving. And that's what's been able to kind of keep it quiet. But then you got somebody like me that start asking questions they don't want to answer. They already know. Like, what's wrong? You want to go night night? No, because it's late. It's night time. I think they don't want somebody like me who asks so much. Why are you fussing? Nobody's even touching you. You're doing the most right now. I need you to calm down. Goodbye. 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 So I think they don't like somebody like me that's now asking all the right questions and they don't want to put too much information out. So if they can just get me off their back, maybe send a check or whatever, and just like, all right, you don't gotta sign a waiver here. Just here, just take this money for your damages and go head on. Okay, so if I get sick in like 5 years or whatever, I'm coming back. Because I didn't have to sign a waiver. So I can come back. So, but that's what I think. That's what I think they're doing. But I want to say when she was ready to do the check, she was like, "Yeah, you just sign this waiver, and we'll have the check to you by the end of the month." Well, y'all a little fast on the check, considering y'all ain't heard from quality control. Y'all want to send all this money over here for what? I think they had already heard from quality control. I think they know exactly what was wrong with that hair. They're trying to keep it quiet. And I got mixed up in it. They got the right one over here. And I was asking too many questions. They wanted to get me out of Dodge and continue to keep this whole situation quiet. It's just crazy. From the greater Orlando area, at least, yeah, 4 hours. I don't know. See, this is the thing. I know Tallahassee's in the Panhandle is two. It's like 2 hours to Jacksonville, which is like up here, but you can take a road to cut across the state to get a little closer. I just don't know how far over in the Panhandle Tallahassee is. So in that regard, yeah, that's what I was saying. 3 out, 2.5, 3 hours at least. So yeah, four might be right. I don't know. I've never been to Tallahassee. It's the state's capital city. So it's where all the politicians are. HBCU culture there is top tier. I don't know much about the academics though. Yeah, the academics seem to be good. I know a few people in the IT world that graduated from FAMU. I met a lot of them working at Lockheed Martin, so can't be that bad. They got hired. You know what I'm saying? And they all seem to be pretty capable to me, so I think it's okay. We live in Texas, the Bayou City, to be exact. He's used to hurricanes. Okay. Yeah, because I was just gonna say, like, when the hurricanes hit Florida, usually it's the Panhandle or south, like the tip, like the Keys, Miami, all of those counties down there. Very seldomly do they come across the center where I am. What's wrong? Fix your shirt. You just want to get away from me. That's fine. We tired of each other at this point. So yeah. So that's the one thing I would, have them be careful of. That's me. My hair will always telling me I look like what I'm going through. Girl, you gotta find yourself one of them easy, like I can look decent. What? What's wrong? Go potty. No. You better not pee in my bed, boy. You need to go potty. He tired. He's got to be exhausted. It's 9 o'clock. No nap. And he was outside running around today. He just want to lay down. And after that bath, he really wanted to lay down. Why are you still fussing? Anyway, but yeah, you just gotta find. But the problem with me is my hair is relaxed, right? And so when these edges start getting funky, I gotta, I can't, I can't just pull it back no more because I don't like using gel and stuff. Yeah, Kiki. Hi, Kiki. How are you? Yeah, he's super cranky, but he can lay down. I don't have to finish his hair. I can finish it in the morning. That's just a few braids. I'll finish that in the morning and he'll be straight. He walked off with purpose there. He went in there and went and got in the bed. Also, his TV is on over there. So I probably should go in there and turn the TV off so he can actually go to sleep because he'll stay up longer when something he's interested in is on TV. Ooh, something bit me. Something did bite me right here. Me messing around in this yard, man. That was what yesterday, and I got bit here today on my arm. I don't know if y'all can see the little tan marks. He got more of a tan than I did today out in that sun. But man, oh man, and I'm upset because I didn't plan anything for us this weekend because it's supposed to rain all weekend. It did not rain at all. It didn't rain yesterday. Didn't rain today. We could have been out somewhere. So I feel bad. But he got to play. He got to ride in his scooter. He got to ride in his little Mercedes Benz. And I got some yard work done. And so that was good. But yeah, man. So I guess that check's in the mail. I don't know. I guess it's coming. You're welcome. You're welcome, Kiki. So I don't know. There's always something going on over here, y'all, and I just feel like I'm just going from one thing to the next, one thing to the next, one thing to the next, which makes it hard because it's like, dang, I wanted to go live, but I'm just so tired. Like I just now it's like I get to the weekend and I'm looking for the opportunities to relax, and soccer starts next week. So I'm back to getting up early on Saturday, taking him to soccer. So there goes my relaxing weekends, right? But soccer's usually over. We're only out there, I want to say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. And then we can just come right back home. It's literally down the street. If I wanted to walk there, we could. I drive. Call me lazy. I don't care. I drive. But I got to take a bunch of stuff. I need a chair to sit in. If the sun is blazing, I need an umbrella, and then snacks for him, water, snacks for him, So I thought maybe the coach last season was a little sweet on me a little bit. And when I saw him last, he was asking for my phone number to do private lessons with the little one. But I don't think he put my number in right because I was busy trying to get us some shaved ice. And he was asking, my hands weren't free. I was juggling a whole bunch of stuff. And I just gave him the number, but he didn't confirm it. And I never heard from him all summer about the private lessons. So the assumption is he didn't have the right number. So I don't know. I did request him because he is a good coach. And so he looks a little young. So I don't know that I want to be bothered with it. But I requested him again for the team because one of the other parents, I want to say the first season that Baby G was in soccer, was saying that that was her second season, and the coach from the first season did not have patience for the children. And so that was like a real issue. Considering that this is a 3 to 4 year old group, the coach just needs to have a lot more patience because they just don't behave as well. So, and I certainly felt like a assistant coach out there because my kid was all over the place and I'm over there just trying to wrangle him. You want to go to the fall festival? What's the fall festival, Shar? And when is it? What is it and when is it? Private lessons for a 3 year old. That's what he said. He was trying to build his little private lessons business because the first season he was the coach and he, like, I want to say after like one week he was saying, oh, I do private lessons if you're interested. And I was just like, I don't even know if he gonna like soccer before we get into the whole private lesson bit. And so I was like, well, let's just see how he do for the season. And he didn't say anything at the end of that. But he did tell all the parents if we wanted to request him, how we could request him for the next season. So I just sent an email requesting him for the next season. And the lady told me that he's staff, right? And he only gets assigned to the team when there's no volunteer coach available. And so, but she said that particular age group would most likely not have a volunteer coach. So, he could go on his team. So I was just like, okay, cool. And he, like I said, he was a decent coach, very patient considering how crazy my kid is out there. He was extremely patient. And so we ended up on his team again. There were only 2 teams for the 3 to 4 year range. And so, and not, it's like, I think only one of the kids that he was on the team with was in that, I think all the other kids must have aged up or something because he definitely seemed by the second season seemed to be one of the bigger kids instead of one of the smaller kids. Cause the first season he seemed to be one of the smaller kids, but that would make sense. They all aged up, the 5 and over, league. So we saw he had a little friend that was like his favorite. What was her name? She had like one of those like old names. I can't. It's escaping me. But we saw her and her mom out there, but they were on another team. And the only thing I could think of was that she aged up because when she saw me, she thought we would be on the same team again. And I said, no, our team met earlier. Y'all definitely on another team. And there were only two, 3 to 4 age teams. So her daughter must have aged up. And so, that's unfortunate. And it's like I thought I would make like more mom friends doing the soccer thing. That wasn't really happening. Like nobody was like, "Oh, let's exchange numbers so we can hang out like outside after or whatever." I don't know. Some of the moms said they were going to come back the next season, but if they're all their kids aged up, I wasn't going to see them. So I don't know. And he's just now turning 4 this October, so he's still on the 3 to 4 team. So I don't know. I don't know, y'all. It's at Southern Hills Farms in Claremont. I think it starts at the end of this month. The sunflowers, hay rides, food trucks, honey and jams on sale. Oh, okay. All right, yeah, keep me posted, Shar. I'm always looking for something to do. Looking for something to do. I wanted to get him into swim lessons this summer. I just never found a good opportunity to get him started with like the vacation that we were doing. And then I got all tied up with like work and all of that and just hurt me. And now soccer is starting. So what I might do is it's Florida. Um what I might do is still sign him up for swim lessons even though it's not the summer. Um and because he loves the water. He absolutely loves the water. Vacationing this year has shown that he loves to jump in the water. I got all kinds of video of him jumping off the side into the pool. Of course he's wearing floaties and stuff, but he started like covering his eyes and jumping into the pool blind. So he just absolutely loves the pool. I gotta um I gotta get him into some swim lessons instead because even though when he has the floaties, he thinks he's like Michael Phelps. Okay. I need him to like not run into like 8 feet of water with no floaties. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like I can swim, but I ain't like that good. And I'm not afraid to jump into 7, 8 feet of water, but I am not good. I cannot like go down in the water. I'm not good at that. So if he was drowning and sank to the bottom, I could not go and retrieve him. You know what I'm saying? So next year he'll be going to kindergarten. Nope. Nope. Next year he's going to pre-K. Pre-K. So he's turning 4 this year because his birthday is in October. He cannot start pre-K this year. He has to be 4 before September 19th, I think, which is a little less than a month before his 4th birthday. So he does not qualify for pre-K this year, not the free pre-K this year. Um, or I should say the school year would have already started. Like I could put him in pre-K as early as age 3, but I would be paying for it. Here in Florida, pre-kindergarten is free for everybody, no matter your income, as long as the child is 4 years old. So, so he would be pre-K next year, kindergarten the year after, because kindergarten uses the same thing. They have to be 5 by September. No, pre-K is not mandatory, but it's good to prepare them for kindergarten. Um, do I still work from home? I do. I do. My company has no offices here, so still working from home every day. But that's not really any change. The pandemic didn't change any of that for me. I've been at my company. It was 11 years this past March. So we're going on what? Shoot, in 8 days, it'll be 11 and a half years at my company, completely remote the whole time. So, yeah. So it's not mandatory, but it's free. It's also not all day. So I have some things to consider because if he's not going to the sitter, I could opt to do before and after care Because I work from home, I don't necessarily need before and after care, but I might want before and after care. And I think for me, it's going to come down to what it costs. Because if it costs around the same or less than what I'm currently paying the sitter, then I will, uh, or maybe if I can just pay for aftercare, because like I don't think I really need before care, but I definitely need aftercare, or I should say I definitely want aftercare. So if I can pay for just aftercare, I'm willing to do that. Right? It'll be cheaper than what I'm paying the sitter. Hopefully, I don't know. But I have also been considering schools for kindergarten. The assigned school, based on where we live right now, his assigned school is a B school, be like boy. Now, equidistant to me from like that school, there is an A school. I'm just not in A school zone. But from what I understand, I've heard this from two people now, is that I can request my child to go to any school in the county as long as they have the space. So I will attempt to get him in the A school. Both schools have pre-K. I don't know if I want him to go to the A schools pre-K or if I want him to go to there's a pre-K that's like I don't want to say franchise, but they have like multiple locations literally right across the street from my subdivision. So it's like a 5 minute walk. I'm not even sure it's 5 minutes. It's a 5 minute walk across the street and we're there. Um my niece's daughter went there for pre-K. And so, um, that would be really, really good for like, and then not paying like before or after care or whatever because it's super close. I mean, the elementary school is super close. By all means, it's like less than 2 miles away. I definitely would have to drive to it, no walking. And it's actually on the way on the route that I take now to take him to the sitter, right? So I'm still considering that. I don't have all the details, but I got to work that out before next year. But this year is just starting, so I do have some time to make that decision. Thank you. You're better than me because I put him in kindergarten fall 2024. A friend of mine said I probably could request an exception, right? And maybe they would test him or something like that. But I don't know. Is kindergarten even all day? I don't think kindergarten is all day either, right? Is that all day now? I know when I was in kindergarten, it was just half day. So, probably be in the same boat with with the before care and after care. And my sitter is not that expensive. Like for all the other child care centers, my sitter is like $100 a week cheaper than all those regular child care centers. So, I don't know. I don't know. I was so focused on trying to get pregnant this year. It didn't happen, and I have to say I'm not upset about it. Like I've been not in a great place emotionally. I'm better than I was the last time I talked to y'all. But I still have my sad days. But then work has been incredibly stressful as well, and I've just been trying to like catch up. Right. I just feel like I'm behind and overwhelmed and I just can't catch up. And so if I could just catch up with work. So I feel like, God's been working out the whole transfer timing for me. So I'm just letting it happen when it happened. I'm not gonna stress myself out about it. I absolutely advocate for pre-K. The babies are sponges at their age. Why not let them learn? Yeah, and learn with some social skills. Yeah. So my sitter is definitely a learning sitter. He knows his ABCs. He knows a little bit of Spanish. I attribute that all of that. Well, the Spanish I attribute 100% to her. I don't speak enough Spanish. Sometimes he surprises me. He's like, I want some papa mahala. And I was like, what's that? Is that mashed potatoes? Papa mahalo con pollo. Oh, with chicken. Okay. So, so he'll say little things, and some of it is like, I don't know what you're asking for, babe. I don't know what that is. I'm not even sure I'm hearing it correctly. So but she's been working with him with the letters, she's working with him with like handwriting and stuff like that. So she's been really, really good. And I want to say, even like her kids who progressed to pre-K, in the time that he's been there, she's getting good reports on them about, how well they're doing and everything. So I feel like he's been getting definitely a lot from the sitter that he's going to. She does a good job. I'm actually I saw this thing on Facebook like for $37. It's like a program you can teach your kid to read. Pardon me, as early as like 2, 3 years old. And it's just $37. I haven't purchased it yet, but my thought is to purchase it. So if I do, y'all hear from me if I see any like you know, uh results from it. I've spent more money worse ways, y'all just heard at the beginning of this, right? So for $37 something for me to spend like 10, 15 minutes a day with him when he comes back from the sitter. It's like a little bonding time with me. But then also, something a little educational if it'll help him become an advanced reader, then why not? I'm totally open to that. So we'll see. Have you talked to Boston Girl lately? I have not talked to her specifically. I've been following her a lot. I did see her on Tanika's live in the last couple weeks. Um, or maybe I was just watching and I don't know if I was on the live with her, but I saw her in a live. Um, so I mean, as far as I know, she's doing great. She's going through her I don't know if all y'all follow her. She had been diagnosed with blood cancer, and she's been going through her treatments, and she did a stem cell treatment. And it's funny because I just saw that somebody on the Senate or something like that was diagnosed with the same thing, multiple myeloma. And from all accounts, everything I hear, that it's a very treatable cancer. But I know she's been going through absolute hell with her treatment. She lost all her hair with this stem cell. I don't know if it was just because of the stem cell treatment, or if it's a combination with like maybe some radiation or something. I know she went through some of that. So, but she's you know working through her recovery and her treatments. And she was in the hospital, I want to say a month or something, on the stem cell treatment. But she's home now, and she's like getting back, and as far as I know, she's going back to work. But yeah, if you're not following her on Instagram, I know she posts on Instagram. She does also post on her YouTube channel. So if you're not following her, by all means follow, like, comment, subscribe on all her stuff, and show her your support. She could certainly need it. Use it, right? And I'm just keeping her in prayer because I'm just waiting to hear full remission. You know what I mean? And so she's got a little one there who needs her. Her daughter's special needs. And while she does have an amazing village, and her mom and her friends, and friends that she's made in the autism community and stuff like that, she's got an amazing village that's helping her through this. I wish she lived a little closer so that I could help with, take a little bit off of her as much as I could. But yeah. So I think about her. I think about her a lot, and I have to say, it's part of like my worry load. Like, I'm not like a worrier, but I'm very empathetic. And when people are going through something and through struggle, like I can't watch shows where people like hurt themselves, like where they show videos of people hurting themselves. physically feel pain when I see people fall down or people get hit or what have you. I physically feel pain in those appendages on my body. So being as empathic as I am, I can't help but, kind of feel for her and what she's going through. And it wears on me as well. It's not her fault. I don't want, like if if you tell me you're going through something or whatever, I don't want you to feel like, you're burdening me or what have you. It's just my personality and being an empath that it does worry me. Even if I don't say anything, I am constantly thinking about it and how I can help and, praying that things, get better. And, I go through my stuff too. I'm a quiet sufferer. I don't necessarily throw my stuff out there or ask for help or anything like that. So I am the kind of person where you kind of just got to read me and realize that something's going on. That's a hard place to be because I'm not very readable either. Um, and my therapist explains me as like functionally like living in a functional depression for a very long time, and I've been in deep depression before. So, my struggles with like my emotions have been more to like keep me out of that deep depression. The functional depression I can live with, right? So I've been there so long it's like normal to me, So not saying it's a great place to be. I don't recommend it. But, it is what it is. I can be productive at work. I can continue to think critically or what have you, but it does wear on me. And so like mental exhaustion with the emotional exhaustion and then just physical exhaustion because the emotional exhaustion kicks up my insomnia. And so if I'm not getting sleep, it's just bad everywhere around. So I have been this year focused on taking my time to rest and like really resting, right? So I've been on quite a few vacations this year, but they weren't necessarily restful vacations. So, while they took the edge off the burnout from work, I'm not really physically rested. So the vacation that we took in August, even though we were traveling and the traveling was not very restful, it was rough getting out there to California. But after, kind of like the initial, I don't want to say hoopla, but like all the initial activities for what we were out there for, I had the rest of the week to really truly like rest. Like when everything settled, like I didn't get out of bed for like 2 days. And my Fitbit told the story because my resting heart rate went like this for those days that I was actually getting rest and good sleep and kind of just moving how I wanted to move. And I wasn't out there doing no yard work. I wasn't worried about what was going on at my house. I wasn't, I was like really, truly rested. And I said, this is the difference that rest makes. So rest is really important to understand that. And I've been trying to focus on that. These last couple of weekends, I intended to be restful weekends. They were not, right? So I ended up like doing yard work or doing something else or, working in my, working in my kitchen on the backsplash or like doing some yard work this weekend. So it's tough. It's tough, but I'm also trying to, you know, be a little bit more focused. And baby G does not let me work. Like when I pick him up, going back to work is like, no. Once you pick me up, ain't no more working happening until I go to sleep. And trying to put him to sleep, I often fall asleep with him. So I'm trying to not keep myself up at night, um, worried about what I wanted to do. If I'm in the bed sleep, I'm choosing to just sleep. If I get up early, then maybe I can get some of that in. If I don't get up early, then it's going to be what it's going to be. At this point, I'm trying to be no stress, but then sometimes that causes stress. At some point, I gotta play catch up. But it's like this. I'm juggling. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I miss a ball. Sometimes I don't. It's hard. It's a process. I'm doing the best I can. Right. So If I can be here and show up for y'all, I'm in a good place for the time being. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't see me for a while, maybe check on your girl, come knock on my rock, make sure I'm okay. Cause I go through my stuff, but I go through my stuff like quiet. So and I'm not great at the social media thing. I try, but I'm not that great. So I can admit that anyway. All right, back to the comments. Try. Oh wait, have I talked to? All right, that was that question. All right, try charter school. Charter schools cost money. I don't know, but it's an A school. I mean, if there's an A public school, I'm a product of the public school system. I don't mind it, And I hear great things about this school, Deerfield. So Deerfield, Deerwood, whatever, Deer something. I start pre-K beginning 2024, then kindergarten in the fall. Can you start pre-K in the beginning of the year? I don't know. Maybe. Polk County teacher wife said it's possible, but it's not guaranteed. The kid will be bused, so you might have to find your transportation. For Polk County? Oh. Well, the school is right over here. I don't mind taking them. It's the same distance. For me, it's the same distance to take them over here than to take them over here to the assigned school, provided he can get in it. I mean, there's an A school equidistance away. It's not completely inconvenient. Why not try to get him in the A school? Problem is, most of the parents are probably trying to get their kids in the A school. So, but my niece's daughter, she went to the assigned school. She didn't go to the A school. And she was doing okay. I don't know. I think a lot of times you don't necessarily have to be in the best school. It doesn't mean that the kids are getting a better education in the A school. It just means the kids are testing better in the A school. And that might have to do with maybe some of the teachers, but it might also have to do with the parents that go to that school, of the kids that go to that school, because I really do think that the involvement of the parents in the child's education, right? Like making sure they get their homework done, checking the homework, that kind of thing. Like if the parents aren't really doing that, then maybe the kid is not doing that well. I mean, growing up, I don't my mom never asked about my homework that I can remember. Even with like kindergarten homework. I don't know. I think the only time I went to my mom with anything out of my bag is when she had to sign something like a field trip slip or something like that. But I did perfectly fine without any parent involvement at all. But I do think sometimes kids need parent involvement in making sure that they get their work done and that they're understanding the work and realizing when they might need a tutor and all of that great kind of stuff. And if the parents are too busy working, and it might not be any fault of the parent of their own, they might just be working, trying to make ends meet, and so they have multiple jobs and just they're exhausted when it comes to homework and all of that. I think a lot of that, I feel like a lot of that plays into how well the child does and how well they test. And maybe there are just more parents in that area that have that plight, and so the kids don't test as well, right? I don't know. A school, B school. B is not that bad, you know. So I don't know. Um, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know of any. I didn't look for any other schools. I guess I could look for other A schools and see how far away they are in the event that Deerfield is full. So Deerwood, no, I don't know. I'll figure it out. All right. In Texas, it's all day. Kindergarten or pre-K? Hmm. Um, kindergarten's all day, or pre? Yeah, kindergarten's all day. Most days pre-K is half a day. Yeah, I'm referring to kindergarten. Kindergarten's all day in Texas. Yeah, I don't know. I can't. I can't remember. Oh no, I remember her being on your lives. Yeah, Boston girl. She's going through a lot. And if follow her and offer her your support. She really could use it, and I think it'll feel good to know that other people are out there praying for her recovery, you know and all of that. Yes, now I remember her. Y'all did a lot together. Yes, me, her, and Arlette, who I don't know if Arlette is still on the call. She was on the call earlier. Yeah. I didn't know all of that about Boston Girl. I've seen her name in the TTC community, but I didn't know how much about her story. Praying for her permission. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Her daughter is eight, eight now. Um, yeah. And she's nonverbal autistic, but she's making sounds. I think she may have said her first word um a little bit ago. And she uses a device, so she communicates well with her speaking device. And her daughter's extremely smart. She's very, very intelligent. I mean, autistic doesn't mean lacking in intelligence. You know what I'm saying? So it's just amazing. It's just amazing to watch her, and it's just amazing. Like, she advocates a lot for her daughter, so that in itself is like stress on her body. And then going through something like a blood cancer, when you're stressed and having to advocate for your child all the time, it's tough. So she's fighting for her daughter, she's fighting for herself. And so having the village is important. So yeah, go show her your support. Go on over to her YouTube and like a bunch of her videos. She's been doing a lot of shorts. I know she did a lot of shorts. She's been doing short videos. She's always done really like super short videos, but she's been doing a lot of videos on her treatment. She's still sprinkling in the videos about her daughter and how she's coming along and all of that. So mhm. Speaking of therapy, I need to resume sessions, but I don't want to cough up the 150 for the first session. I'm tight with. I guess that's why I'm so mad about that man scamming you. You know what? Don't think of it as, you know, I want to be tight with my money. Think of it as self care, right? You're investing in yourself, in your health, right? Health is wealth, right? Good health is wealth. So, don't think of it like that. If you really feel like you need to be talking to somebody and going to therapy, go and spend that $150, because what else you gonna spend it on, girl? Go on and spend it. And I'm preaching to myself, because I need to call up my therapist. I have not had any sessions with her at all this year. I've just been trying to keep myself busy, finding things to do that I love to keep myself out of that deep, deep depression. I have not tried to get into any regular therapy sessions, simply because I don't know when I would have time to take them. Right. So for me, it's not money, it's time. And the way work has been going, how busy I have been, you know, time. And maybe I just need to just take more time for self care. So I'm preaching to you, but I'm preaching to my own choir too. I gotta, that self care is important. Have you tried fitness and massages for your mental? So I still go to acupuncture. That is a regular thing. That is like Friday mornings are like my self care day. So I do acupuncture every Friday. Um, it's gotten to the point where I have been doing chiropractic, because I don't know if I've just been laying on the wrong shoulder or what have you. I've been having a lot of trouble with, I thought I was getting carpal tunnel in my fingers. It turned out I had something called thoracic outlet syndrome. And it feels like carpal tunnel, because like your fingers go numb. And I started to have pain like in my hands, and it would like radiate up to my elbow, and it was worse in my right arm. And I was just thinking that it was carpal tunnel, since I had that really bad in pregnancy. It that went away after I gave birth, but this started to like show up, and it turned out that it wasn't carpal tunnel at all. The thoracic outlet syndrome is up here in your shoulders or whatever. And so I had done I had some time off of work. I had done some manual therapy. I'm hearing noises. Sorry. That might be the neighbors next door, but the backyard is this way. But I got my cameras, but my phone's up here. I don't see any notifications, so it's probably fine. But oh, I gotta move my car. My car is sitting at the end of the driveway. I gotta move my car up. But yeah, so they got me straight, and that pain, like, it would wake me up in the middle of the night. That's how bad that pain was. In the mornings were like the worst. And so they got me straight here and in the shoulder, because it's all in the shoulders. They loosened up all that muscle and stuff, and then all of that was just fine, right? And I don't have like the numbness. Like, the numbness was just crazy. Um, and for a while I was getting like injections in my shoulder back here. Super painful, but just the injection is super painful. It's got lidocaine and stuff in it, but um that was, feeling really good. Now I stopped the injections, or I should say they stopped the injections, just to see how I would do without them. I do notice a difference without the injections, because I am having issues, with this shoulder still, to the point where I feel like I actually got to the point where like, if I lifted my arm a certain way, I actually felt like I lost feeling in the shoulder. Like, I would cross a certain plane and I would like feel it for a split second, not be able to feel my shoulder, and then all of a sudden it would come back again. And it was affecting my neck, where I couldn't even turn my head this way without pain. I still have a little bit of pain going this way. I have zero pain going this way, but going this way I had a whole bunch of pain. It was like starting to like stiffen up my neck here, and it turned out I had some kind of what they would call like sublimation or whatever. They just had, so the chiropractor just opened that up, and then that was supplemented by some additional like acupuncture, and so, and they got me straight and all of that. So I think I'm like, maybe I think part of it is I still co-sleep with baby G, and he insists on using my arm as his pillow. So my arm is out like this, I'm on my back, and I'm turned this way, and I think this is like doing something to my shoulder, and it's messing with all of this, and so all of this gets out of line. And so, I just had to mention it to the chiropractor, and they got me straight. And I mean, straight, because I couldn't even move this arm. Like, the movement I had in this arm was horrible, horrible. So got a lot of stuff going on, y'all. So I do have like Friday mornings, like my self-care morning. So between chiropractic and acupuncture, acupuncture is basically my mood adjuster. Like, if I go more than 2 weeks without acupuncture, I feel it, right? I feel the shift in my mood, and it's not good. It's not good at all. So that's the one thing that I do consistently. And I tell her, do not miss. Like, I have a permanent dent in my forehead, like right about here. That's where she sticks that stress needle right here. When I notice, like, I see that little point, it's always in there, because, ooh, baby. But yeah, so I do stuff. And then the little projects I've been doing around the house, they make me happy. Because I am a creative, right? So, and then being a DIYer, like seeing like your work and stuff, that makes me happy. Yard work, even though nobody likes doing yard work, I love how my yard looks after I've done the yard work. So that makes me happy, even though the work is like hard and it's hot. Um, I can't wait, because I've got plans for my backyard when I can get all this junk out of it, so that when baby G is acting crazy and I don't feel like going anywhere, I can just send him out in the backyard to play. But I got to get the backyard in a place where he can do that safely. And having all this construction debris out there does not help. So I want to get that done. And then I have like a DIY project for my upstairs bathroom, and that makes me happy. So I try to do things that make me happy. I do need to move a bit more. I need to get back to exercising. That's the one thing I've not been doing any like real exercise. And so I can do better about that in the mornings. Get back into doing my little 10, 20 minutes in the morning while baby G is eating his breakfast. I need to get back to that. I have not. So I keep saying I need to, but that tiredness, me not getting good rest at night, even if I go to bed early, like going to bed at 9:30 with him right now, right? I still wake up extremely tired all the time. So my vacation in August definitely helped get me back on track because I actually got rest on that vacation, even though the time zone change was like killing me. It took me a while to kind of get back from that. But I feel like that rest kind of put me in a good space to continue to get rest. It was kind of like a reset. So I'm in a good place for now. And but it's September 10th. This is a hard time of year for me because my sister, that's my niece's mother, she was found dead on September 18th. Um, I mean, that was 2010, so some time ago, but uh, still, it's like I remember death days better than I remember birthdays, which is really crazy. So she's September 18th. My dad is November 26th. My sister, Gwen, the one I always mention on my channel, hers is December 4th. My grandmother on my mother's side is December 20th. So it's a very, very rough time of year, especially around the holidays and stuff. And I think the last time I talked to you, I told y'all, my last cat. So we were petless around here. The last cat I had, Ninja, he passed away Mother's Day for those who missed that in the last live. So we have been petless since May. So I've been down, about that. And so it's been a lot, y'all. It has just been a lot. So, I'm trying to stay sane. And usually when I'm not doing well emotionally, I tend to bury myself in work. But I haven't had to bury myself because work has just been so much. Um, but when I'm not doing well emotionally, what happens is kind of like the reverse, like where if work is too much and I can't depend on that, now I'm at a point where it's like paralysis. I don't want to work, right? And so like I'm at work, but I'm finding every opportunity to not work, right? And stuff is not getting done. People are angry, this is that and the other, and I still feel overwhelmed and busy, even though I'm not really doing anything. And then it comes time to do timesheets, which I always mention the timesheets, but truth be told, I got PTSD about that. That's a long story, right? And it's crazy to say that I got PTSD about my timesheets, but that's reality. And now I'm trying to do the timesheets and I can't figure out what the hell I was doing. And so my timesheets look like I'm not working. Well, maybe I was working, but I don't remember what the heck I did. So maybe I wasn't working, but clearly stuff is getting done. So of course I was working. So I'm trying, all of that is just super stressful. Right. So it's a merry-go-round. You go around the merry-go-round. It's just crazy. Boston Girls, the original single mother by choice. She's been on YouTube for over a decade. Yeah. Her, I want to say she's probably the first, she's definitely one of the first women of color, for sure. I think there are a couple of other women who were out there around her. There's another woman of color. I can't think of her name, but she also had a baby as a single mom by choice. She was working on baby number two, and then she kind of disappeared off of YouTube. I cannot think of her name. That was a long time ago. But yeah. So uh, it's just we all doing the best we can out here. You play the hand that you're dealt. My parents are card players. So I don't play a lot of cards, but I can play cards, that kind of thing. So I just play the hand I'm dealt. I one step at a time, one day at a time, 1 hour at a time, one moment at a time. Just trying to keep my head above water. That's it. That's all I can do. I'm still listening. Will I get food ready? Oh, okay, Arlette. Lunch and snacks. Transition to kindergarten is something. Ooh, every therapist I had has been willing to work with me on the feet. Asking, oh, good advice. Kiki Jefferson. Oh, hey, Joyce. Hey, so yeah. Had to charge my phone, but I'm back. What did I miss? I don't know, Kirsten. When did you go away? I'm just up here running my mouth. Mm. All right, let's say hello to Kiki. All right, I was just trying to catch up. Sorry about your family loss. Thank you. I mean, it's a lot. I've lost a lot of people over time. 2010 was an extremely difficult year. In that same year, I lost my cat of 16 years, my grand aunt, so that was my grandmother's sister, who I had just seen because we picked her up to go to a wedding. And then she passed away. They passed away within a day of each other, cat, and then the next day her. And then so that was like what, July 30th, July 31st, that type of thing. And then my sister was found September 18th. The thought is that she really died on September 9th. That's what we're thinking, but her death certificate says the 18th because that's when she was found and pronounced. But she had clearly been dead longer than that. And that same year, um, my grandmother passed. So all four of them within 6 months. My dad passed in 2004. So he's been gone a long time, but he passed the day after Thanksgiving. Um, and my sister, she went in 2016, December 2016. And her husband had passed, I want to say the year before that. And then my dad's sister, my aunt Pat, I think she went in 2008. I think she passed in 2008. I think I had just had a surgery on my leg, so that would have been 2008. And uh, who else did I say? Somebody else. Oh, my uncle, my dad's brother. He passed away in 2016 while my sister was in the hospital, so I couldn't go to his funeral. My mother's brother passed away right before I had my fibroid surgery in 2015. He passed away in October of 2015. So it's a lot. I mean, my family's old, right? So, but these people are not dying of old age, right? They're dying of illness, accidental, and crime. So and oh, Ashley, my niece, November 7th. I totally forgot. I didn't forget, but you know what I mean? November 7th, it'll be 3 years this year. So it's a tough time of year because she went, was it November 7th? Yeah, I believe it was November 7th. About 2 weeks after baby G's birthday. She passed. So it's just a lot. This time of year is really, really hard for me. And then, it's not even just like their past days, but then you think about them on their birthdays as well. So all these birthdays are sprinkled about in May and June. My niece and her mom are both in June, pretty close together. Gwen is in, May, and my dad is in September. But it's just like you think about these people on their birthdays, Father's Day, all these, kind of things where these memories, kind of come up. And so all it makes all of these times, it's almost like no safe time of year, right? But when you think about it, like grief is just always so fresh, and like you never really get over someone passing away. You just kind of learn to live with it a little better every day, but you never really get past it. So I just, you just try to find ways to remember them and smile. Remember them and smile. But when you're going through your stuff and then you start thinking about how you miss people, and it gets tough. It gets tough. And I'm glad I have you all, to just try to keep it together. I'm glad I have baby G, just to just try to keep it together for, I've got to keep this little human alive. And that's the other thing that's hard. Like I don't have the opportunity to break down and do nothing because somebody's got to feed him. Somebody's got to bathe him, somebody's got to get him to the sitter. So that part, that like routine part of it, like getting up and going, keeps you from slowing down long enough to get into that dark place. So all of that helps. All of it helps. What do I do for a living? I am an IT consultant. That's the easiest way I could say. But basically, it's not really what I do now, but my company makes a software. Customers buy that software. My team goes in, helps them. We figure out like how they need to use the software so we can advise them on how they can best configure the software. And then we'll come in, we'll build it for them, we'll configure it for them. Or by building, I mean like install it. And if they have data in another system, we can also help transition it for them. Companies kind of going through a bit of change. They're trying to go more cloud while our software can be like installed locally at the customer site. We also have a cloud instance there, so we're making a move to become cloud first and trying to move all the customers into the cloud. And that's kind of going through a few iterations. And so we have some folk version. Oh, I don't know what happened, the internet or something. um Kind of went to an older version of the cloud. So we're working, there's an initiative to like move everybody to the newest version of the cloud. So you know So right now, my position is like trying to get like collateral as far as like documentation to like train partners to be able to help assist and to like work on those migrations and stuff. So it's kind of hard to describe what I do if you're not like in the IT realm. But yeah, basically we help people install, configure, and migrate their data. That's the simplest way I can put it. So I do a little development on the side, just a little. I'll be bringing my bump to the fall festival. And you can get a pet fix. Oh, I love dogs. I just don't live a life that's conducive to one because you gotta walk them multiple times a day. So I don't be wanting. I'm lazy, girl. I be wanting to be bothered with that. You've been battling these timesheets for years. Yeah, when I first started with the company, I didn't have an issue with timesheets. But the timesheet thing, the PTSD came from me working at Lockheed Martin because that was like a whole thing when me and the manager wasn't getting along. And it wasn't like I was like late. She just didn't like when I was submitting it. But they were always on time for, when they were supposed to, but she wanted to like dictate exactly when um I filled out the timesheet. So it became a big thing. So the timesheets kind of like I have a lot of PTSD about that. Um I want to say I had no issues with my timesheets whatsoever until, gosh, I don't even know when it started. I want to say maybe around my niece's passing, I started struggling with the timesheets. Uh, or maybe it was before that. No, I think I started struggling with the timesheets during TTC because I don't know. Like the thing about it is most of the time I would do the timesheets like over the weekend or something like that. But I think what started to happen is I got so sick of looking at my computer, I didn't want to be bothered with it on the weekend. So it just became extremely difficult for me to get the time done because I'm working. I'm in meetings and I'm working end to end. And I don't have the time during the regular workday to really work on the timesheets unless I don't have any meetings. And I would get behind, like I'm 2 weeks behind now. So I'll probably be up tonight working on some timesheets. But I don't I still get angst as far as working on the timesheets, but then when I'm actually forced to get into them and I go, I don't understand why I can't just do these. And I think it's really the PTSD mixed with all the other emotional stuff that I have going on. I just get the paralysis about it. And it's just like, no. I just like cut it off. No, I'm not doing it. I'll get around to it. And a lot of times I want to do it when I come home with him. But if it's a choice between going to sleep and staying up and doing this, I'm choosing to go to sleep. So now my self care is sort of stepping in and then it's creating an issue with the timesheets. So I gotta find a better method for keeping the timesheets together. I don't know, I'll figure it out. But yeah, I think the people know that I'm capable. The only issue they have with me is the timesheets. The problem with the timesheets is they can't build a customer if I don't submit my time, or they've had to give up money because I've submitted the time so late. Like I've been as many as like 13 or 14 timesheets behind. I'm waiting for the day for them to say, like, you won't put your timesheets in, you ain't gonna get no paycheck. That's an incentive. You see what I'm saying? If my paycheck depended on the timesheet, then I would get the timesheets done. I would force myself to get that done. But because my paycheck is not dependent on the timesheet, it's almost like I could care less. It's not that I could care less. It's just I'm choosing me over the timesheets. So I don't know. That's the best way I could explain it. I'm in Florida. I'm in Orlando. Yeah. So, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. We have been on here for 4 hours, ladies. Pardon me, 4 hours. I didn't intend to come this long with it, but I knew I needed to braid that hair up for the week. So I definitely wanted to get that done while I was on here. But so you all have gotten quite a bit. Um Kiki. Yeah, that's why I said he needs I feel like he needs a sibling, but that could be a blessing and or a curse, right? So I felt like, when he was younger, like when I would try to keep him out of my way, if I'm making dinner, he would be screaming at me because he couldn't be in the same room with me. And I always felt like if he had a sibling, he'd just be playing with his sibling. He wouldn't be so worried about me. Well, the flip side of that is he could be fighting with the sibling, breaking and jumping and, just wreaking even more havoc with the sibling, right? So it could go one of two ways. But I see him with other little kids. He is so baby obsessed. He is so obsessed with babies. I see him, the other little babies are little girls at the sitter, and he's so helpful with them. I'm like, he's gonna be such an excellent big brother. I really do hope I could do that for him. Now, whether he wants a little sister or a little brother, he kind of just repeats whatever I say last. He apparently doesn't have a uh, a preference, but I will say the sitter did tell me on Friday that he is starting to display poor behavior for attention with her, considering that she has the two babies now. So they were cool as a novelty, but I think the novelty has worn off a little bit. And he's just like, hold on. where's my attention, and so he's really his attention seeking behavior here at home has really ramped up quite a bit. And now that he's not the only kid at the sitter, it is starting to ramp up there as well. So I need to stop working so hard and really take some time to like really like spend with him, and not just on the weekends, but like during the week too. Because I used to try to get him to go to the park on Fridays so he can like run around, interact with other kids, like burn off a lot of that energy. And then, when he's in the swing, it's just me and him. And he does look for me at the park. He'll run off, but he looks for me. He doesn't, he doesn't want me to go too far from him. And so that's kind of like me and him time, even though he'll play with the other kids. And so we have not done the park. He's been asking, but we have not done, and that's kind of hard in the summer here because where I am, it always rains in the afternoon. So I don't want to take him to the park after it's just rained really hard. So um, that's hard. And then as we get into the fall, the park will close early because it gets darker early, and the park closes when the sun goes down. So that's going to be a little bit difficult to get him to the park. So I'm gonna have to find some creative ways to like spend time with him. So even if it's not the park, that's why I need to get my backyard together. Because if I can get my backyard together, then he can be out there playing. I can sit in the chair, watch him do his thing while he runs around and burns energy and all of that great stuff. So um, I got to get the backyard together. Plain and simple. I got to get the backyard together to help with all of that. Thanks, Miss Lex. I enjoy you all too. You all make the live, right? I have my little stories sometimes, but a lot of times I don't hang out this long if you guys aren't hanging with me. So, if nobody was here and everybody said they had to drop off, I would drop off too. I'm not just gonna sit up here and talk to myself, even though I could. I like to run my mouth. Thanks for the catch up. You're welcome. Or fighting with the sibling that has started in my house. Yes, exactly. They're fighting with each other. They could be fighting with each other. They could be wreaking havoc together, because my kid, I keep telling people my kid is evil Knievel mixed with a little death wish. Okay. The way he jumps off of stuff, the way he sets things up in my living room to jump off. He's jumping over things. I'm like, oh my God, he is going to trip on that and bust his face open, and it hasn't happened yet. I need some wood to knock on, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, he is evil Knievel mixed with a little death wish. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And I don't know that will get any better with a sibling. I think he would just be teaching the sibling to be a little evil Knievel as well. So it's gonna be crazy. Gonna be crazy. Also, baby sister screams at me when I'm trying to do dinner, even though big bro is right there. Oh, well, I guess at that age they just want mommy, right? It doesn't matter who else is around. They just want mommy. But I don't know. Maybe I just feel like maybe if he had some responsibility, not responsibility, but if he felt like he could be helpful in some way. But now, I don't want to say he gets in the way in the kitchen, but now he wants to like play in the sink, and he's like, "What are you doing?" Or if I'm making grilled cheese, he takes the bread and takes a bite out of the bread. Like it's like that's gonna be your sandwich. Stop biting the bread. I haven't made the grilled cheese yet. So it's always something. I did not grow up by myself as the only child, and it's not something that I wanted for him. When I went into this, I said if I had one, I didn't always want kids, but I said if I had one, I had to have two. So that's always been my mentality in this TTC journey. It has always been one in a sibling. So I am still working towards that, but I got the 5 embryos in the freezer. Once they're done, I'm done. Okay, it's baby or bust. As far as that's concerned. So It is what it is. All I can do is just hope and pray that I can get baby G, a sibling, out of the situation. My sitter had a nice notion. She said she had a dream that she had seen a car seat with a newborn baby, a little girl in the seat when I was picking up baby G. So I'll take that. I'll take that. But I don't know. Any gender will do. I don't know the gender of my embryos. They were not PGT tested, so I have no clue. I don't know how long I will wait for gender if I do become pregnant with one of them. Um, I don't think I can wait till birth. I don't think I could do that. Maybe I could wait until they reveal via ultrasound. I don't, but I know I'll have an NIPT. I don't know if I'll be able to hang out. I don't think I'll be doing the sneak peek again, only because that was the process. And at this point, I will be happy to be pregnant with baby number two, and I'm gonna try to hold out as long as I can. I don't know if I would plan to do like a gender reveal or anything like that. Maybe for you guys, but not like a party or anything where it's revealed to me. I just think I don't know. I got to see how I feel in the moment. So I'm not going to make any decisions right now about whether I'll hold on to the gender or wait to learn the gender until birth or anything, because I'm a planner. I'm a planner and I need to know things in order to plan. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. That went a whole way. I'm going to say yes to sibling number two. I wish I would have had another. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. All I can do is try, though, right? But I'm getting up there, man. I'm 43. I'll be 44. My insurance cuts off all this IVF stuff at well, with your own eggs, they cut off at 44. The embryos are already out, so I get to 49 to transfer them. I don't want to go that long. Baby G will be he'll be too old. I don't want to say too old, but it's much further. Like even now, this is much further of a split between the siblings than I wanted. My brother and I are a year and 9 months apart. That is like perfect. I think 2 to 4 years is like ideal for me. At this point, he'll be over 4 years. There'll be more than a 4 year separation. So I really want to get this ball rolling. If not this year, definitely next year, and knock this out. I don't know if I want to keep. I, I don't know if I want to keep going if I don't get the opportunity to transfer next year. It'll be unfortunate considering the embryos are there. So if I don't get an opportunity to transfer next year, I probably will try the year after that. But it was, never my intention to go this long in between siblings. I would hate to like waste my embryos or anything like that, considering how hard I worked for them. But I don't know. I don't know. These doctors, I might just maybe have to find another clinic that's not really requiring the medical clearance from these other folks and just let me go ahead and transfer. I might end up having to do that, but we'll see. I think what I want to do is just make sure I'm in good shape from an endocrinologist point of view. And I actually feel like if I can get the go ahead from the endocrinologist, they'll probably forego the MFM. So, because what is the MFM really saying? I already did all the tests for y'all, you know. So I got to get that together, which means I got to get over here, get this mammogram done, you know. And I missed a couple of doctor's appointments, and then I got to make a few more doctor's appointments. So it's going to be a busy end of year as well. Baby Juice got to go see the dentist. I got to get a mammogram done. I got all these endocrinologist appointments. I'm trying to get this A1C down under 7. If I can get it under 7, he'll write it, you know. And so I'm waiting to make an appointment with the fertility clinic until I at least have his uh his medical clearance. And so Just gotta work on it. Gotta work on it. Um, how was dating in 2023? There was no dating in 2023. The only dating I had was my son's soccer coach. Maybe taking a liking to me, but there was no actual dating though. I'm not even trying at this point. So sometimes the babies are fun until the bigger kid wonders when they're gonna get sent back. Exactly. Exactly. That novelty wears off and they're like, okay, they're going back now, right? This is noisy and I don't like it. And they have all your attention and not me. So, he's so good with babies that I feel like it's not going to be an issue. But then now to hear the sitter say he's acting up with her for attention is like, I don't know. I don't know. And he's out of diapers. I gotta go back to the diaper thing. It's like I don't want to go too far out of diapers to start over again. And then it's like, oh, I don't want to go through that again. All for the games, so they have to share. One thing I will say, Baby G is good at sharing his toys, even as the only child. He does share when he's in social environments. He shares very, very well. So he does like to take other kids' toys and sometimes does not want to give them back. And he'll throw a fit. He'll give it back, but he'll throw a fit. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Um, I definitely am sorry for your losses, and the blessing is we will see them again. Yeah, hopefully Baby G can burn some of his energy to kids at the trip. But I love my boys. Yeah. And I mean, and I tell people how active he is. They're like, typical boy, typical boy. And I was like, I don't know that it's just a boy thing. I don't want to believe that he's behaving this way just because he's a boy. Like I mean, boys can be mellow too. I think it's just his personality, and he is very musical. He sings all the time. He started like making his own songs up, and like he'll mix melodies from like other like lullabies, and he'll just make his own song up. And so he is incredibly musical, which is definitely from his donor. I don't play any instruments. Like I always wanted to learn how to play the piano. I never really learned. I had a there was a lady that I was familiar with. I would hang out with her and her much younger daughter than me. And she had a piano and she had like some like lesson books. And sometimes when I would hang out at her house, I would like go through the lesson books and stuff. She's like, "You're doing really, really well." And I was just like, I am so past piano lessons. I always wanted to learn. I've always had the interest. That interest has never left me. However, I don't have the time nor the patience for all the practice it takes to learn an instrument. So it's fun to do for now, but I ain't gonna keep doing this. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no. Also, thanks for the catch up. You're welcome. Get him a puppy. No, no puppies. You have to walk dogs. Uh, there will eventually be another cat. I need to get in a better place emotionally before I introduce kittens to this house. There will probably be two more cats that come in here at once. And I like to get them as kittens, if I can. But young kittens run around, you don't get any sleep, they scurry, their nails are sharp, all of that great stuff. I gotta be in a good place for that. I'm not in a place for it now, which is why we remain petless. But we'll get back there. We'll get back there. You're right. BJT is teaching. Yes. How do you feel about adopting? It's a process. I've always been open to adopting. Um, Now the question is adopting an older child or a baby because adopting a baby from birth is way more expensive. Adopting a slightly older child can come with its own issues. A lot of times these children don't have the best roots. Not roots. That's not what I'm saying. Maybe they don't have the best um, environmental upbringing, and that can bring issues. And because I have a little, you got to be careful with some of those kinds of things. Um, because that kid can bring more trouble to the house. Not saying that they're all that way, but I would definitely have to be in a place to be able to deal with any issues like that if I am to adopt an older child. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, considering I have one and I'm on my own, that's a difficult thing. Just adoption is not a guarantee either. And it's even harder when you're a single parent. I probably could maybe foster to adopt. Um, but that's a whole process. You have to take classes and stuff. So I don't know. I'll just have to see what my options are. Um, we'll have to see how the next year goes. Um, I don't know. I'm kind of like okay with being a one child parent, given the fact that I'm by myself, you know. So I don't know. I feel like the man in my life is not gonna come until I'm done having kids. So I'm not even looking for him. And he apparently ain't looking for me. So, I don't know. But yeah, I had always been open. But it's hard. This child rearing thing is hard. Teaching her all the answers, and she learning quick because she's a sponge. Yeah, it is. It is. Can you sell embryos? Sell them? No, I don't think you can sell embryos. I could donate them, right, to other people. But I would want it to be like an open donation. I know a lot of them would be like anonymous donation, but I'm not even sure that I could donate given that I use donor sperm. So I'm not even sure that that's possible. I guess if it was like a direct donation, I probably could if I wanted to. They're offsite storage. So as long as the person receiving them's doctor is willing to use them, I I could do that. It's just a matter of like transferring custody of them to the other person. So I don't know, but I would want to be in that person's life. So that's a situation in itself. Praying for your girl. Thank you, Shar. I know I gave up on the gender thing. I had to give up on the gender thing, and I think that's kind of what brought Baby G to me. It's just kind of giving up on the gender thing. It'd be nice to experience the best of both worlds, one boy, one girl. That would be awesome and definitely ideal. But if I'm destined to be a boy mom, that's what it is. And sure enough, my donor makes more boys than he does girls, but he does make girls. So I'm hoping, that girl's in there and that I can make her work. But I'm not. I think I'm past the gender disappointment. It would be really nice to have a little girl, but I think I don't know. Maybe I'm not past the gender disappointment. I think the hope is still there because the hope is still there. Once the hope is gone, I don't know how I'm going to feel, to be honest. But check on me though. I don't know. I feel like I've kind of worked a little past the gender disappointment, but in some ways it's still a little bit there. Because when I do Baby G's hair, I go, this would be a perfect style, but I can't do this because he's a little boy. If I had a little girl, I could totally do this, and this. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure how that works. Oh yeah, about the embryo selling. Yeah, I'm waiting until they come out. It's green. On intense. I'm an intense planner, but this is the only surprise I want in life. I need that moment. Oh, I don't know. I feel like I want to wait as long as I can because I absolutely do not know the gender. I just don't know if I can make it that long, but I might be able to. I might be able to. I just might. And I do still have all my um all my Hope Chest girl purchases. I do still have all of those onesies and those socks and all those cute things, my faith purchases that I purchased for a little girl. I have all of that stuff still. So if not, then I'll be giving it away to somebody. I haven't taken them out of packaging. Everything's still brand new. But and I'm looking at two of the onesies right now up here. But cute, two cute little onesies from Walmart. So I don't know. I'm just holding on just in case. And I'm holding on to baby G's old clothes just in case. Right? So and a lot of his old clothes are pretty much unisex. So a little girl could wear them as well. So I don't know. At this point, I just want to get to the point of transfer. So we can get there. That's where I am. That's where I am. BGC did ask how long little sister was staying. He seemed more confused about why she had stayed so long rather than upset about it. He just said okay when I said she was staying forever. Oh, how long is she staying? Is she leaving? Where's she leaving? Oh, kids. Oh man, kids. That's interesting. They really do seem interested in the timeline. Yeah, but like forever is like forever for them. Like 30 minutes is forever, right? For little kids. Time is just so relative. All right, I'm going to turn in. I've got to rise early in the morning. It's been a pleasure, ladies. Good night. Good night, Kirsten. Although you're probably already gone because that was 6 minutes ago. But good night. I'd love to adopt a toddler boy. I don't know if I would be allowed being a single woman. I should get a pass. I raised a single boy solo. Um, I mean, all you could do is try. I mean, if you like fostering to adopt is like a much different process than say, trying to find a family to place their unborn child with you, right? So I think there's a little bit more leniency, but then you have to find an agency that will be willing to let you as a single parent foster, right? So there's that. Right. Now I know I've seen a couple ladies like same-sex couples go into fostering and like a couple of different families that I follow on YouTube that have gone into fostering. So it's opened up like that door, but that's still like a two-parent household, right? I don't know how far it's open for single moms, you know. I haven't looked in it. I know I have a friend who is a single mom by choice by way of adoption, and she got placed with an unborn child, and that was a process for her, and it was really expensive, really expensive. I think she said her retainer for the lawyer was 40,000. That was just to start, you know. So it's a bit of a process. So like if you're out here on this TTC journey and people suggest adoption is, people including people giving away their babies, this not right. Like IVF is still cheaper than trying to be placed with an unborn child, right? From somebody you don't know already. IVF is still cheaper than that, so people who haven't done it have no way of making that suggestion because they have no idea what's involved, right? So when people, would say, "Oh, have you thought about adoption?" Well, what I'm doing right now is cheaper than that, So especially because I had the insurance involvement, it's definitely cheaper. So I'm not there yet. I was always open, but I'm not there yet, So give me a minute, to get there. And so when people go like, oh, it is. Oh, wow, I didn't know. Right. Be careful what you suggest. Like, don't suggest something unless you done been through it. Like, get out of here. Like people like to suggest surrogates. Like, surrogates ain't cheap either. So, I have you considered taking a girls' trip? I kind of took one to Paris, but that was with a girls with the babies. I have not been away from baby G for longer than a night ever in all of his life. And the overnight was an accident, and it was out of like kind of out of my control. It was not intended. So I don't. As far as I'm concerned, he's my travel buddy right now. So I don't know that I'm ready. I don't know that I'm ready. Like I burst a bubble, I was away from him, but I guess it just depends on who he's with. Like who is he gonna be with? Um, and it's always been a struggle because sometimes I do have to travel for work. Thanks to the pandemic, travel has not really been a thing. And that was the thing I worried about the most in having him is having to go somewhere. What would I do with him? Do I take him with me? Is there somebody here? Like, I hoped that by now I would have built a mom village where I would be comfortable, leaving him overnight, with someone. And I, you know, so it's rough. Ooh, I'm getting sleepy. It's rough out here, So a girls trip. Who gonna keep my baby? Is the first question. Where am I gonna put my baby? I don't have anybody to leave him with. So although lots of people are like, oh yeah, we'll take him with this, with that, and it's just like, you gotta go to work. And you don't necessarily like, I don't know, I gotta worry about you. Like you can always drop him off at the sitter and you can pick him up, but then I gotta worry about you picking him up on time. I'm gonna owe the sitter late fees, all of that. And it's like it's different when you have family. Because when I was first thinking about it, like when I got pregnant with baby G, like dang, what am I gonna do? Look like pre-pandemic. If I had to travel for work after coming back from maternity leave, like I could maybe stall till he's like 1, but then, at some point I would have to get back out there on the road. And it's just like, well, maybe I could leave him with Ashley. Well, he turned 1 and then Ashley passed away. And then it's like, well, now what? But we were also in the middle of the pandemic then at that time. So there just there hasn't been no requests for travel. Now I will say my team has been trying to put like team meetings together. And I was just like, well, he just gonna have to come to Chicago with me. Like, who am I gonna leave him here with? And I would just have to figure out childcare in Chicago, right? So that felt better to me because I'm not leaving him overnight. You know what I'm saying? Or I could maybe come out there for a couple of days and then come back early before everybody, that kind of thing. So I could make an appearance for the team meeting and then go back home early. So that was a thought, right? Instead of just saying, nope, I don't have anybody, for my kid. But then once he goes to school, I can't just drag him out of school every time I got to travel somewhere, right? So something would have to give. Either I would just not be traveling, or I would have to find a position that wouldn't require as much travel. That's what I would have to be doing. And then now going in here for kid number 2, I'm in the same predicament. Like I don't want to leave them too early, right? I want the kid at least be 1 before I'm leaving them overnight with somebody, you know. And I also think about that too. Like I had a C-section with baby G. I'm likely to have another C-section. Not likely. I'm probably definitely going to have another C-section. Who was going to keep baby G for 3 to 4 days while I'm in the hospital? Now, if I had a scheduled C-section, I could fly some family in. I would do that. I got family that would come in and do that for me. But it's like all these things, I worry about all these things. It's truly like not having any like family here and all of that. It's really, really hard to try to figure out what to do. Like my kid comes with me everywhere, so it's hard, even like, going to the Beyonce concert. It's like, I don't have a babysitter. Who's going to babysit my kid? I got to figure that out. I got some suggestions, and I had a babysitter and trust and believe my cameras were on in here. And I was, checking my cameras in here to make sure everything was straight. And it turned out all right. It was like 6 to like 3 o'clock in the morning, right? Which is a good amount of time but also, but super expensive, because the sitter's like, oh no, I'm $20 an hour, which is within the range, $15 to $25 an hour. So it ain't cheap, it ain't cheap. So it's hard. It's hard, and I don't have an answer for everything yet, and I'm not comfortable with everything yet. We'll discuss donate another day. Yeah. I absolutely want a baby girl, but I'll definitely love a baby boy as well. I want a little mirror image of myself. She'll probably give me hell, but I deserve it. Yeah. It's, I don't know. She might give you hell, she might not. I always felt like I said things, Baby G was such an easy baby, such an easy baby. He's turning out to be not so easy of a toddler, but he was a very easy baby. The pregnancy was easy. No symptoms, no food aversions, no nothing. Everything was just like great and beautiful, even though everybody just wanted to tell me how much they hated pregnancy. Right. And I want to say all the people who told me they hated pregnancy all had girls. So I was just like, I'm thinking this pregnancy is going so well and he's so well as a baby that it won't throw me off of baby number two. But baby number two is going to give me so much hell in pregnancy and as an infant that I am not going to want any more kids like after that. So that's been my ongoing joke that baby number two is going to give me so much hell, so much problems, so much that pregnancy is going to be miserable. This is that and the other. But it doesn't have to be, but I just feel like that's what it's gonna be, so I wouldn't want any more. I love like that newborn infant stage where they're just so cute and they just laugh and they just want nothing to be held and to be fed and to have their diaper changed whenever. And no sass, no attitude, you know what I'm saying? Now I get nothing but sass and he tries to talk back. I'm constantly scolding him on his level of disrespect. You know what I'm saying? It's like I am not gonna raise a disrespectful boy because he's already big and he ain't even 4 yet, over 50 pounds. He's too heavy and he is not going to be disrespecting his mama at age 5, at age 8, at 10, at 15, at 16, at no age. He's not going to be disrespecting his mama. So we're going to all that disrespect and talking back and thinking he can holler back at me. You go to timeout for that. You get punished for that. I'm not taking that. I'm not accepting that. All of that good stuff. And I wasn't a disrespectful child. Now, my mother had a lot of girls. I'm probably the child that gave her the least amount of grief. You know, um, People think I'm spoiled, but I'm sure I am the child that gave her the least amount of grief. But as a child and as an adult, giving her the least amount of grief. But I will say though, while my relationship with my mother has not been a great one growing up, since I've had baby G, she does, she calls, she checks in. I get to talk to her. She tells me about her ailments. I try to make suggestions and some supplements that she needs to take or things she needs to do or what she needs to ask her doctor and all of that. And she's found, I guess, success in my wealth of useless knowledge. And so she listens to me. She's like, well, I always enjoy talking to you. And I was like, well, we can hold adult conversations. I don't know how I feel about the mother-daughter relationship, but I've never disrespected my mother. You know what I mean? She's my mother and I love her. I just, love her from a distance. But, for the rest of my family, as far as like checking on me, checking on baby G, I got to get credit where credit is due. It didn't start out that great, but, you get credit where credit is due. I'm just glad, my mother turned 80 this year. I'm just glad baby G got a chance to meet her. We call, we get on video chat. He gets a chance to see her. And I don't know, y'all, I'm on TikTok now, right? And I saw this old filter and I used the old filter. I look just like my mama. I look just like my mom. Just like my mom. Sometimes I see pictures of me and I'll be like, okay, Shirley, you know? So, you know, So I'm glad Baby G got a chance to meet her. She got a chance to meet him. It had been a long while due to the pandemic. And I don't know, she's starting to have some issues, and her mother passed away at 83. So, she's getting close, to that. And I don't know, I kind of want to bring this baby in so this baby can meet their grandmother before there are no grandparents left. She's the only grandparent left, considering the donor sperm. She's the only grandparent. So time is of the essence, time is of the essence. Some adoption agencies discriminated against gay singles, and if you're over 40, yep, I believe it. Like a lot of them are like Christian based. A lot of adoption agencies are Christian based, and so that's what a lot of that is on. They want that nuclear two parent family, But if you can find some of the new age adoption places, then you'll have a better chance at it. CPS kids are mostly free. Yeah, they are, but then I guess anybody can foster, right? If you have all the qualifications and you meet, the financial, you have the room in your house, and all of that. I guess anybody can foster. I don't know. Maybe depending on the state, if there are stipulations on whether you're a one parent or two parent household, because I think that's that would be the kicker there. Yeah, I know SMEC who adopted, but it was internationally. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Does your mom live near you? Does your area have 24-hour daycares? No, my mother is in Pennsylvania. I'm in Florida, so she is 1,000 miles away. Um, 24-hour daycares. Interestingly enough, when I moved here, the preschool I told you that's right outside my subdivision used to be 24-hour daycare. They have since blacked that out. They are not a 24-hour daycare anymore. But there are 24-hour daycares, but they seem to be mostly like home-based daycares that do 24 hours. And because when I was looking for a sitter for the Beyonce concert, because I knew we had to go all the way to Tampa, which is 2 hours away, and I knew we were going to be back like 3 o'clock in the morning. So if I'm looking for like a quick daycare, they all just seem to be like home daycares, and I felt like I didn't want to do that with no referral for the first time, super late at night. Like I don't know what's going on in people's houses after hours. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't feel comfortable with that without proper like referrals or at least like tryout time. I have one girlfriend that's always mentioning like drop-in daycares, like he can go to his sitter regularly, but like say just on a random Saturday, I want to go get my nails done or I want to go get my hair done, I can just drop him in somewhere for like a couple of hours. Or like on days where my sitter's not around, I could drop him in instead of him being home with me while I'm working. That would be great, but I haven't found any kind of daycare like that here in Orlando. So if y'all got daycares like that, like those drop-in daycares where you don't have to be obligated to like your kid being there every week or anything like that, that's probably a good solution as well. Like if you wanted to just go out for the night, whether that be like with your girls or go on a date or whatever, a drop-in daycare would be perfect for that. But I haven't found one, and I don't know if maybe the pandemic has made a lot of that go away. A lot of businesses just didn't survive the pandemic, so I I don't know what was here pre baby, because I wasn't doing nothing when I when I was on leave. So, and I still have those hours with my doula. I did reach out to her because I had those hours, but she didn't get back to me. But I told her no pressure. It was kind of last minute. So, because I kind of slept on the babysitter thing, considering. So, I remember those days, childcare issues. Now, coming home is optional. Exactly. 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 Yep. I utilize 24-hour daycare. Yeah, I know they gotta exist somewhere. I mean, you got people who work overnight and they have kids. Their kids are going somewhere. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, well, I know that they're here. I've seen them. I just haven't looked into them, and I don't know if they are dropping. Right. So like when he's this young, dropping is hard, right? Because he's not there all the time. There's like real super trust. And I feel like for that kind of, thing, I want him to be older, old enough, to tell me what's going on while he was there. You know, if somebody hit him, if somebody, because there was just a story on the news about this 4-year-old, like, I guess the guy was like a teacher at either a daycare. He must have been a teacher at like a daycare or preschool, and he was advertising babysitting to the parents. Um, and I think I want to say this preschool must have been like, I don't know, the district or some bigger company or something like that. And the mother left her child, like he was advertising like babysitting, like, but at his home, right? Not at that facility. And this woman's child was being babysat at this guy's home after hours. And for whatever reason, he, I guess, was disciplining the child, or he beat the child, but basically like was punching the child in the chest, and the child passed away. And that mother was awarded like $30 million for that situation. So I don't know. It's like when they're small, you want them to be able to speak clearly, and tell you what's going on, because that's what I need to know. Like if you see some, like, was the teacher hitting other people? Like there was other kids there and they were hitting on them. Like I want to know what's going on. And they're not going. They're kind of dropping in here, dropping in there. Like I need my kid to be aware. You know. Oh wait, what was this? Do you have older women in the church to babysit? What church, Kiki? I'm a heathen. I don't go to church. Sorry. There are older women in my neighborhood that seem to take a liking to him, but a lot of them seem, maybe not as mobile as they might need to be, with as rambunctious as he is. So I don't know. My neighbor next door, her daughters are always offering to like babysit, but they work and they have like their little lives and stuff. So I guess if I asked them early enough, I maybe could get some babysitting with them. But I don't know. And they're right next door. They would have been perfect for the Beyonce concert, considering right next door. But people gotta go to work, so I don't know. But the Beyonce concert worked out, so it was okay. I gotta figure my stuff out, man. I gotta figure it out. Can you post Beyonce concert outfit and footage? I can post some footage. I don't like when I came up with my outfit very last minute. I don't think I took a full body pic. I didn't take a whole lot of pictures of myself. It was very simple. I actually thought my dress, I felt like I was dressed like a witch. It was like a black dress. And I put this silver metal belt around it. And I just wore some cute, like flat sandals. But that was it, because like my cycle was on. I wasn't feeling great. And what I really wanted to wear, I wasn't going to wear because it was like white. So and I was on like one of my heaviest days, and I just wanted to make it that drive 2 hours, get to the bathroom, get myself together. I knew her concert was going to be about 3 hours, and then it was a 2 hour drive back. And child, listen, those period underwear that I did that review on made an appearance for that outfit. So I was just glad to be back home and not have had any accidents with all the travel and stuff like that. Because I'm a heavy bleeder, so I I was just trying to keep it copacetic. You know what I mean? All right. Good night, Mixed Lex Lex. Good night. Do a parents' night out. Search for your area. Yeah. Uh, oh, does that include kids? I don't know, but she said good night. I don't know. Miss Lex, if you still in here, I don't know. But yeah. All right. It is 11 o'clock, y'all. I gotta go. I got work in the morning. And like I said earlier, I still got some time sheets and stuff I need to do. And I'm getting tired. It's been a busy day. I did that yard work. I gave him a bath. I did his hair. Whew, and I'm yawning now. I really am tired. And neither one of us has had dinner. But I want to take a little bit of time to unwind. It was nice hanging out with you guys. I wasn't expecting this live to go like 5 hours. That's crazy. Sorry for everybody watching on replay. But thank y'all for hanging out with me. I know it's been a long time. That's for night child care. They call it parents' night out. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll do that. All right. Good night, Kiki. I'm gonna say good night, y'all. I'm tired. I'm tired. Yeah, so that parents can go out. Now, this sitter that I use for well, I'll look for the parents night out thing, but the sitter that I use for Beyonce, she has a regular day job, so she mostly works in like the evening. So she would be good, and she happens to like live like around the corner. She doesn't live far from here, turns out. So, all right, no problem. I'll reach out about the fall festival. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Please do. Pardon me. We'll come out for that. I've never done that, so that sounds like fun. I mean, I'm not gonna say I've never done it like ever. I've been on like hay rides and stuff like that before, but I've not really done anything like that here in Florida since I've been here in all my 15 years. 17 years here in Florida. Sorry, not 15. 15 and a half, 17 years. I came in '05. Oh, yeah, it'll be 18 years end of next month. 18 years here in Florida. Woo, I'm old. I'm getting old, y'all. But all right, I'm gonna say good night. Thanks for hanging out with me. Sticky baby, that's the all those TTC. Bye bye.